It's 7707. Is it your lucky day? Wasn't a lucky night last night for the Mets Energizer Bunny. Jose Reyes had his wings clipped as Willie Randolph was forced to park him on the bench, despite the fact it was Willie's 53rd birthday. At Minute Maid Park in Houston, the New York Mets play the Houston Astros. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Houston. Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez with you tonight as the Mets and Astros play Game 3 of their 4-game series. The Mets were shut out last night 4-0, but that was not the talk after the game. It was all about Jose Reyes being benched for a lack of hustle.
Well, the ground ball down the line, you can see right there clearly that he did not run the ball out. I feel that a lot of good can come out of this. Willie Randolph, I thought, made his point, what he expects from his team, everybody. And Jose Reyes, I thought, handled it wonderfully after the ball game. So I think this can turn water under the bridge and be a very positive for this ball club.
Willie Randolph after the game made no bones about what his expectations are.
If you can't get out of the box and run on the line or whatever, you know, all I'll do is demand that you hustle and play hard every day. And if you can't do that, then like I said, you sit down. He usually plays hard all the time, but that's the key. Play hard all the time. But when you're the heart and soul of this team, and you know, we all expect everyone to work hard and play hard, then, you know, I want to see the effort, and I'm not going to tolerate that from anyone. Anybody who plays for me is going to know they're going to play hard, run hard, and it's not a rap because he plays hard for the most part, but, you know, you don't play hard sometimes, you do it all the time. So
I mean, you know, he had to do whatever he had to do because he's the boss. You know, if he, like you say, I'm wrong every time. If I don't run one time, you know, it's not gonna look good. Because every people here expects me to run hard every ball. So it was my fault there.
And while Reyes was singled out, I think it's pretty clear that Willie Randolph was sending this message to his entire team.
And I agree. You know what, lost in the shuffle here, we've got Tom Glavin tonight going for 298 with Roy Oswalt looming tomorrow.
And so it's a big game for the Mets. They'll take on Woody Williams and the Astros tonight here in Houston. Game 3 of the 4-game series. The roof's leaking. All the action coming up. Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. By Hummer. Visit Hummer.com to check out the H3 Hummer like nothing else. By Aflac. Ask about it at work. By Roslyn Savings Bank, a member of the NYCB family of banks. Visit www.nycbfamily.com to start saving today. By Citi. Let's get it done. And by IO Digital Cable, the leaders in HD and presenting sponsor of the Mets in high definition. Do you see in HD? All eyes on Jose Reyes tonight. He is in the lineup. Willie Randolph said he never considered benching him tonight. First pitch coming up from Houston. Paul LaDuca back in the lineup tonight after missing 2 games because of his suspension. Had time to work on his handshakes. It's like a fraternity with all these secret handshakes. There's your Geico Mets starting lineup. Ruben Gotay gets the start at second base tonight, and batting second, Ricky Ledee, who had a big game in the first game of this series, back in left field. And the Mets, who got shut out last night, will try and bounce back against 40-year-old Woody Williams.
Well, Woody Williams, born a Houston native, actually, resides in Fresno, Texas. He's having a rough run this year. He's 4-10, as you can see, with a ERA over 5. 52 extra base hits off him this season, most of any major league pitcher this season.
Here's Reyes to lead off, and he takes a strike from Williams. Jose just 1 for his last 16. And you have to suppose that that was part of the issue in Reyes not running last night. Willie said before the game tonight, he said, when you're not playing well and you don't put out, it makes you look even worse. And the curveball blooped to shallow left. In comes Carlos Lee, and that's the first out of the game.
Well, I think, Gary, it's easy to play hard when things are going your way, and you're in a red hot streak. When you're in a slump, that's when you've got to make sure you go out defensively, as you see him popping up on a outside breaking ball. When you're going bad, that's when you hustle more. You make sure you play good defense. So you help your team in other ways when you're not helping them with your bat.
Can I ask you a question? Wouldn't it be really nice to have seen him sprint to first base on that fly ball?
I didn't pay attention. I'm sorry, I missed it.
Here's Ruben Gotay, who takes ball 1. I mean, he jogged down to first base. You would think after what happened last night, he would have been in full sprint. There's a strike to Ruben Gotay, and I think this is part of the point. You know, Willie was very firm last night in saying that, again, the benching on Wednesday night in Colorado had nothing to do with Reyes not running hard to first base. But at the same time before the game today, he intimated that there's been a pattern here. He didn't say it. He didn't want to say it straight out, but he intimated that there's been a change in body language with Reyes.
Well, I think you said it at the top of the show in the open, Gary, that this was a message to the entire team. It's not just Jose Reyes that hasn't been running balls out. It's been kind of a creeping kind of influence here.
As Gotay lines one just foul. 3-2.
And I just think, you know, David Wright, we get one time in Florida on the last Florida trip. He didn't run out the ground ball down the first base line, thought it was foul. It's almost the same situation. He sat in front of home plate but then ran to first base. So this has been something that's been festering, and I think Willie was just waiting for the opportunity, and it was Jose Reyes that was, you know, he had to because it was so blatant.
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned the Wright incident after it happened, and that he kind of called Wright out. And in fact, David talked about it last night after the game and said, look, I learned my lesson after that play, and I'm sure Jose will learn his.
Well, we'll just see how Jose responds. Everything he said was correct. You know, it takes a bigger man to admit that he's wrong, to admit his mistakes. And I thought that he really showed me something with his comments. Now, put it to use on the field these last 2 games for the break.
Gotay hits one to deep left center field. Lee has room out there in the gap, and he makes the catch for the second out. So a good time at bat for Gotay, but he flies out 2 away.
And the Rico defense for the Astros, you can see Morgan Ensberg at third base. Boy, he has just struggled this year. He's hitting only .207, and he has been benched. Mark Loretta, who has been filling in at shortstop, is at first base today. And you know, Lance Berkman doesn't hit lefties all that well. He's on the bench tonight.
There's Carlos Beltran, who takes ball 1. Carlos had a home run in the first game of the series. It doubled his first time up last night. And he pops it up a mile high, right under the roof. And the catcher, Ausmus, tracking it, hits the railing, falls into the dugout, does not catch the ball. And now the question is Ausmus okay?
They got him on a stretcher there. That was, if you're going to be over a dugout, he's okay.
Well, Brandon Backey's been on the disabled list all year. I think he just made his biggest contribution to the Astros this season.
Well, you also saw third base coach Rick Mancelino there, right there to save him. And nice effort.
I wonder, did this ball hit the bottom of the roof? Because it almost looked as though it might have changed directions on Ausmus. Well, that is quite a tumble.
Well, it's just like getting your legs cut out from under you there, and your concentration and focus is up above for the ball. It's like getting blindsided in football.
Well, Ausmus none the worse for wear back behind the plate, and the curveball to Beltran misses. 2-1. Ausmus, 37 years old, 3-time Gold Glove winner, and he can take a hit. Beltran pulls it down to first. Hop comes up for Loretta, and the Mets are down 1-2-3 against Williams in the opening inning. Brad Ausmus, welcome to the railing. Oof. Here's your forward lineup for the Astros tonight. All right-hand hitting lineup against Tom Glavin, who struggled against lefties this year, but Mark Loretta moves up to the 3-hole. Brad Ausmus gets a start despite being 2 for 40 lifetime against Glavin. Craig Biggio leads off, and he takes a strike. Biggio having an historic homestand in that he passed the 3,000 hit plateau, and he's been a red-hot hitter ever since he got to 3,000. And he dribbles one foul against Glavin, against whom Biggio has had 113 lifetime plate appearances.
Well, that's something you don't see anymore today. You look at Tom's numbers here, and of course, he's 3 shy of 300. What a great career for him. 297 wins. Hall of Fame. You know, Biggio is hitting .355 this year against left-handers and only .230 against right-handers. So he's had more success against lefties, and it makes sense. You get older, it gets a little difficult, more difficult to get that bat around.
And the fastball misses. 2-2 to Biggio, who now has 3,012 lifetime hits. 24th on the all-time list. 8 behind Rafael Palmeiro, the next man ahead of him. Looped in the air, shallow center, but Beltran in. And there's one away. So 1 out and nobody on.
And the Lexus defense for the Metropolitans. And you can see Mr. LaDuca's back from his 2-day suspension. He's behind the plate. Ruben Gotay gets a start at second base again. And he's been getting a lot of playing time. He's been doing an outstanding job. And Ricky Leday out there in left field. Of course, that's kind of a platoon situation that Willie Randolph's working right now.
Here's the rookie Hunter Pence, who has certainly established his credentials rather quickly. Second in the National League in batting. .347, just 2 points behind Matt Holliday for the league lead. And Pence lines one to left. Leday in, and he makes the shoestring catch. 2 out. That's a ball similar to the one Pence hit 2 nights ago that Leday had landed in front of him. This time he played it well.
He got the good break on, didn't hesitate. Nice play by Ricky. And Hunter Pence, who's coming to this game hitting .347, second in the National League, but he doesn't let anything pass. He's a swinger. Nice play.
Well, Leday getting an opportunity to play with the injury to Carlos Gomez, grouped with the injuries to Moises Alou and Andy Chavez. Here's Mark Loretta taking ball 1. Lastings Millage has begun to rehab his foot playing at Binghamton. But the Mets are strapped for outfielders right now, and that's giving Leday a chance. Mark Loretta playing first base tonight, takes a strike, 1-1.
Well, Millage last night went 1 for 4 with an RBI double. In his first night, 2 nights ago, he went 2 for 5 with a leadoff home run. That's at AA Binghamton.
You talk about having bad timing. I mean, Millage got sent to the minor leagues early in the season, but he would have had ample opportunity to play up here if he hadn't gotten hurt shortly after going down.
And Carlos Gomez would have been getting more seasoning down in AAA, and he may not have broke his hamate bone in his wrist.
Reached for and lined to right, but Green played perfectly. Grabs it to end the inning. So Glavin gets him out 1-2-3 on 3 outfield putouts. Mets come up in the second with no score. Time for tonight's Toyota text poll of the game. Do you agree with Willie Randolph's decision to pull Reyes out of the game last night? Send your response to 57508 or visit sny.tv to vote. And we'll have the results later on as David Wright leads off in the second and takes a strike from Woody Williams. David 0 for 9 in this series. He had a rough night last night at bat, in the field, and then on the bases, making the final out of the game on what he suspected would be a wild pitch.
Yeah, and the ball came off the concrete, the brick, or whatever that is back to the concrete, and it bounced right into Osmus's glove like a carom on a pinball machine, and that's no fault on David's part there. That was an automatic.
And it's in there for a call, strike 3. So David goes down looking at the fastball, and Williams has his first strikeout.
Well, this is the first time I've seen David argue in a long time. He argued last night on a called 3rd strike on a curveball from Wandy. And now this one, and I have to agree with him. It's borderline knees. However, that is awful close. You got an umpire that's calling like last night, Larry Vanover, who called every close one with the pitcher. You're going to get rung up. So we'll see what happens with home plate umpire Tony Randazzo, what kind of game he's going to call tonight.
Well, here's Delgado, who had a rough night last night, but is having a good road trip, hitting .382 in the 9 games on the trip so far. And And he takes ball one. He had an odd night last night against Wandy Rodriguez. He looked at a lot of fastballs.
Well, he hardly got any breaking balls, so it made me think he was looking for a slider, curveball, and Wandy basically, I don't think threw him a breaking ball the whole night, Gary. I think it was all cut fastballs and fastballs in. Boy, he threw a great game. Very impressive.
Through the game of his life, a 4-hit shutout. Delgado watches away. 2 balls and no strikes. Woody Williams making his return to his hometown after pitching in Toronto and San Diego and St. Louis for all these years. Grew up in Houston, went to the University of Houston where he was a shortstop. Made the transition to pitching in the minor leagues. And he has been at it for a long, long time. And if you go far back enough, he and Delgado were teammates with the 1993 Toronto Blue Jays. He, Williams, Delgado, and Shawn Green were all on those 93 Blue Jays who won the World Series that year, but none of them played in the postseason. As Delgado fouls it back, 3-2.
And you can add Timlin in there, the pitcher, the relief pitcher for the Red Sox.
Well, he's the only other active player.
The 4 active players from that team.
Of course, Timlin actually did pitch in the postseason for Toronto that year. But that was Delgado's first taste of big league action, and the same for Williams, who began as a relief pitcher with the Blue Jays. Fouled away. Of course, that season, that World Series ended with Joe Carter's home run off Mitch Williams in Game 6. Timlin, if I recall correctly, got the final out for the Blue Jays in the '92 series against the Braves. And the breaking ball misses ball 4, and Delgado, the first Met base runner of the night, draws a 1-out walk. Yeah, Timlin was on the mound when the Blue Jays beat the Braves in '92. Otis Nixon tried to bunt with the tying run at third and 2 out, and Timlin threw him out, and that was the final out of the World Series.
You have a very fine memory. I forgot all about that.
Well, here's Paul Lo Duca, who sat out the last 2 nights under suspension. Ramon Castro did a terrific job filling in, had 4 for 7 in the 2 games. So Lo Duca's had a couple of days off to get refreshed. He'll play today and tomorrow, and then get 3 more days off at the All-Star break.
Well, Paul got to spend a lot of time with his daughter, who lives in the Houston area, Bella. So the 2 days that he was suspended were fruitful for him.
Well, if you're under suspension, you can't be in the ballpark during the game. You can't even buy a ticket and sit in the stands. So Lo Duca was elsewhere.
And trust me, when I got traded to New York, my daughters, there's Ramon, who has just done a terrific job, not only during the suspension, but the entire season and last year too, backing up Paul.
2-0 to Lo Duca, and he takes it all the way, a strike.
You know, my daughters were in St. Louis when I played in New York, and I only went back to St. Louis twice. 3 times then. They were in our division now. And it was always great to see them. It was an opportunity to see them. And now, with the way things have changed, you only come here once.
Hit toward the hole. Brundtland gets in front of it, makes a nice play to get the force. Biggio's relay in time. A terrific 6-4-3 double play to end the inning. Brundtland in there for his defense, and he made a terrific play in the hole, and Biggio turned it over to get Lo Duca. 6-4-3 for the Astros to end the inning. We go to the bottom of the 2nd inning with no score. Carlos Lee will lead off in the bottom of the 2nd. Lee is 3 for 8 in the series, and Glavin gets the fastball over the outside. 0-1.
Carlos Lee having a great year, leading the league in RBI. Look at that, RBIs right there. Stands way far away from the plate.
1-1 to Carlos Lee as El Caballo bats. Let's check in with Kevin Burkhardt. Kevin.
Guys, with the home run derby just around the corner, of course, we remember last year with David Wright's participation and all the talk in the second half that the home run derby had really messed up his swing. Well, back in 2005, Carlos Lee was in that home run derby, and his first half of the year looked like this: 22 home runs, 76 RBIs. After that home run derby in the second half, 10 home runs, 38 RBIs. Now, back then he said, you know what, it did mess up my swing a little bit. I'll never do it again. So I was curious, and I talked to him yesterday about it. He said, you know what, looking back, it was just an excuse, because the way it happens is, you know, today in batting practice, he said, I swing for the fences every single swing, and during the games, as you see right there, it never really bothers him, as Lee's going to be on here with a single. And guys, he backed that up, because I watched him take batting practice yesterday. He hit about 4 in a row off the railroad track, so he really does try to hit one out every single time, and during the games he adjusts.
Now, that's not the way you're supposed to take batting practice, is it, Keith?
No, but he's a power hitter. I was not. I certainly would not. Never swing for the fences in BP. Once in a blue moon I would, if I really felt good. And Carlos Lee loves that ball out over the plate, even though he stands 9 miles away from the plate.
First hit off Glavin. Here's Morgan Ensberg, and he takes ball 1. Ensberg has pretty much lost his starting job. He's started just over half the games this year for the Astros, and you look at those numbers and you can understand why. This is a guy with 35 home runs 2 years ago, and his numbers have just plummeted since then. He still draws a lot of walks, and Glavin's behind him 2-0.
Well, even though he's struggling, you still got to pitch him very, very careful and respect him, particularly with this short left field fence.
Well, he was able to regularly take advantage of that short porch a couple of years ago, as he fouls that one off, but it's just not happening now for Ensberg, and you really have to wonder about his future. He was a very highly regarded, highly valued player not long ago, and now he's essentially a backup.
Well, he just took that swing right there and kind of cue balled it, so he's not waiting. He's been jumping. Feliciano struck him out the other night. See, he's out in front. It's so much more confidence involved, Gary, when you lose it, and everything when you can watch right here, it's just too quick. He's striding in, but he's flying out, and look, he's almost doing a pirouette in front of home plate. He's striding so far.
2-2 to Ensberg. Popped up. Delgado waiting right near the bag. Want to trip over first base, right, Keith?
No.
One away. Phil Garner, whose teams have had a habit of making second half runs, not showing a lot of signs of putting themselves in that position right now, but certainly in 04 they made an incredible run to the postseason and got within a game of the World Series, and then in 05 made it to the World Series.
And they had a lot better pitching. Their bullpen, Gary, we talked about the last 2 nights, has just been awful.
Here's Chris Burke getting his first start of the series, and he takes ball 1. Well, Phil's in his 4th year. He took over from Jimmy Williams midway through that 2004 season and engineered a remarkable turnaround. 2-0 to Burke. You know, you wonder about a team like the Astros, having had the experience the last several years, and even last year, of making that big second half run. Is it almost as though players are sitting back and waiting for it to happen at a certain point?
I don't think so, Gary. You always try to. Oh, nice play.
Delgado with a beautiful pickup, and now they've got the runner hung up. Reyes runs Lee back. Now Delgado to Gotay, who puts on the tag. Double play, side retired. Delgado has made a number of terrific defensive plays on this road trip, and that was another one. He took a double away from Chris Burke and turned it into a double play. 3-6, 3-4 to end the inning. Delgado making like a Gold Glover, and keeps the game scoreless here in Houston. Wow. Sean Green takes a strike from Woody Williams as we start the 3rd inning with no score. Sean hitting at .275, and he hits one past Williams. Bruntlett there to clean up, and he throws out Green, one away. The ball knuckled on Woody Williams, who's generally a very good defensive pitcher. So 1 out and nobody on. We're talking about the Astros' second half success under Phil Garner. Look at how it has just history has repeated itself before and after the All-Star break.
Well, that 2004 season, that was a remarkable comeback for the Astros.
And you know, it says 44 and 44 first half. They were 15 and 30 to begin that season in 2004, and they were basically dead and buried.
Remember, they came to New York, and I've never seen a team so flat and just walking wounded, walking dead.
They were awful. They really were, and their defense was just terrible, and they turned it completely around. And that man gets a lot of the credit. He took over after Jimmy Williams was fired that year. Leday bounces the curveball foul, and it's 1-2.
I have never seen a club so dead than that club. The other team was St. Louis, Gary, when it was 85. They came into, or was it 87 or 85 when they won. And we had the series in September at home against them, and they came in, they had lost like around 15. I don't know how that team could have lost that many games. And I remember I was coming out of the dugout for batting practice, and when they came out of their dugout, I was really observant.
And Leday goes down swinging at the fastball. Second strikeout for Woody Williams, who does not generally get a lot of swings and misses.
Well, it's a hanger right here, but it stayed out, and he swung right through it.
The Astros, of course, came into the National League the same year as the Mets in 1962. But unlike the Mets, they had never gotten to a World Series until 2 years ago. As Glavin bounces one foul, and they've never won a World Series. However, they have had 10 no-hitters, and
Wow.
the Mets have had none.
Well, they were always a team with great pitching.
Well, so have the Mets been.
I understand, but they had the dome, too.
0-1 to Glavin, who's got 9 hits this year and is hitting over 300.
But just to finish that point real quick, it was the year that Gary Pendleton hit the home run off Roger McDowell
87,
in the second game. We beat him the first night, and they were dead in the water, and we had him beat in the second game and would have buried him. And Pendleton hit that home run. And in the next game, we beat them in the 9th inning, bottom of the 9th. And they went on from there to win 15 in a row, something like that, and beat us.
Glavin grounds one to Biggio. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Woody Williams. So the Mets, who got shut out last night, have gone hitless through the first 3 innings tonight. Glavin will have to do it on his own. We go to the bottom of the 3rd, no score. Bring your team spirit into the kitchen with Gourmets, a collection of Mets family recipes and popular clubhouse dishes presented by Stop and Shop. Proceeds from the cookbook will benefit the food bank for New York City and Island Harvest. Pick up your cookbook at a Mets clubhouse shop or visit Mets.com.
Well, I think that cow is saying, I hope you're cooking chicken.
Oh, that's just great.
I love those. They're on the very top of both foul poles in this ballpark.
Eric Bruntlett leads off the home 3rd and takes ball 1. Bruntlett was in the minor leagues for most of this season, called up when Adam Everett suffered a fractured leg in mid-June. Yeah, there's a strike, 1-1.
So each foul pole says, eat more foul with a W. Get it?
Oh, the foul poles. I get it. I wasn't with you. I was wondering why it didn't say eat more chicken, but now I get it. Eat more foul because it's the foul pole.
It's cute.
It's very cute. 1-2 to Bruntlett leading off the home 3rd, and he shoots one foul.
Plus, foul is much leaner. It's good for you.
You're going to get the beef people angry at you.
Oh, I like a good steak. I like the protein, too.
To shortstop, Reyes shuffling to his left, and he guns him down, 1 away. So Glavin off to a good start tonight after giving up 6 runs in 6 innings. Actually, all of the runs came in 1 inning in Colorado in his last start. Glavin moving up toward 300 wins. toward his former teammate Maddox, and then Clemens beyond him. And you have to wonder, when Glavin gets to 300, will there be anybody else to follow? Ausmus fouls it off. I mean, Randy Johnson's 16 wins away. Do you think Randy is going to get those 16 wins?
How old is Randy now?
44.
That's going to be tough.
43. Now Clemens is 44. I guess Randy's 43.
Well, I think he's going to try to hang on and get it.
And he's got the bad back. He's on the disabled list again.
And also the fact that pitchers aren't going deep anymore. I mean,
it's hard to win more than 15 games in a season.
Glavin has, what, 50-plus complete games in his career. You're not going to see that anymore. And when pitchers pitch 20 years, if there's a starter, is not going to have that kind of statistic.
I mean, it could well be that Tom Glavin will be the last man to win 300 games. Line to Gotay and Ausmus, now 2 for 41 in his career against Glavin, and there are 2 away, which is remarkable. I mean, you think about the history of the game, and so many records have moved forward, but records for pitchers, at least in terms of accumulating wins, have moved backwards. I mean, Cy Young won 511. We've long acknowledged that that's now unreachable.
Well, there used to be days when pitchers pitched on every 4th day. There wasn't 5 starters, and as a result, over 40 starts a season.
Woody Williams with 4 home runs in his career, 1 this year. Former college shortstop. And Glavin falls behind 2-0.
And I think with the 5-man rotations now, it kind of evens out to around 32 starts a year for these guys now.
And you just don't get as many decisions even in the games you do start, because pitchers don't work as deep into games. I mean, last year nobody in the National League won more than 16 games. That's unbelievable.
It is. It is. It's one of the changes in the ball in baseball today, and it's. You know, I was talking with Glavin in the clubhouse before the game today. They used to take 9 pitchers north in April because of all the days off because of potential rain in April. You would take 4 starters up north because you wouldn't need the 5th starter and have 5 guys in the bullpen.
3-1, and Williams fouls it back. I mean, essentially in those days, you had 4 starters and he had 1 stopper in the bullpen.
Yes.
And that's really all you needed. The other guys were just filler for the days when a starter got knocked out early or you played a long game.
Oh, Tom would love to be right there with Lefty Grove, wouldn't he?
Fouled away.
I agree, but your stopper also would go 2 innings, Gary, you know. Playing with Hall of Famer Bruce Sutter all those years, and you know, Bruce would come in sometimes in the very rarely, but would come in the 7th inning with men on base.
Sure.
And finish the game.
On 3-2, Williams hits it well to right. Green retreating, and he's got it on the warning track. So Williams making an opposite field bid. Glavin has pitched to the minimum through the first 3 innings. So the 2 40-plus starters matching zeros in the early going as Green runs it down. No score. Reyes swings at the first pitch and grounds one to Biggio, who throws him out 1 away. So Reyes now 0 for 2. Well, he flied out his first time up and did not run particularly hard. And you'd have to say he ran about 3/4 speed there. So I'm not quite sure I'm getting it, Keith.
We'll keep an eye on it, huh?
I mean, you would think tonight of all nights that 90 feet would be a sprint.
I have to agree with you.
Gotay tries to bunt his way on, but right back to Williams, and on 2 pitches there are 2 outs.
This is what I thought, Gary, was the quote of the night. None of the papers had it. Marty Noble, of course, writes for MLB.com. That to me is telling Jose, I want you to be the leader, one of the leaders of this ball club. It's going to eventually be, as we talked, Gary, prior to the game, Wright and Reyes. Delgado's not going to be here forever, and you know, Beltran doesn't want it. He's very quiet and shy. It's going to be, and Willie wants it to be, Wright and Reyes.
And I think you made that point very well last night, Keith, talking about he's not a rookie. He's not I mean, he's young, but he's not a first or second year player anymore, and that you need him to be a guy other people look up to and watch and look to for leadership.
Well, the people coming up are going to be looking up to him because he is a great player. So he has that kind of potential to have that kind of positive influence.
Beltran swings and misses and goes down on 3 pitches. Woody Williams, who had 1 swing and miss in his entire last start in 7 innings against the Phillies, has now had 2 swinging strikeouts in the last 2 innings. Craig Biggio leading off in the home 4th inning. It was just last week that Biggio reached the 3,000 hit plateau against the Colorado Rockies. Flash bulbs popping. Biggio thrown out, trying to stretch it into a double, but nonetheless his 3,000th hit, and he just picked up hit number 3,013, dumping a base hit into shallow center field. The first pitch he saw from Glavin, and that's the 2nd hit off Tommy tonight. So that's 100 career at bats now for Biggio against Glavin. 25 hits. That's operating on pretty even terms, wouldn't you say?
And you're not going to get those numbers anymore, as we said earlier, because you don't go and play out of division twice anymore, or 4 times, 2 home and 2 away. It's only 1 away, 1 home. So it'd be less chances out of division to get those kind of numbers against those pitchers.
By the way, a side note on Biggio versus Glavin, as Hunter Pence stands in 115 plate appearances now, and Glavin's never hit Biggio with a pitch, which, considering Biggio is the all-time leader in being hit by pitches, is very interesting. Of course, Glavin has always worked predominantly to the outside part of the plate and has never had all that many hit batsmen.
Well, there's the wrist that's taped. He's been hit so many times on that wrist. That's his bottom hand on his swing, on his grip in the bat. He's not the base stealing threat he used to be.
Pence rolls over 1 to short. Reyes, quick throw to second. Gotay gets upended. The ball hits off the dugout fence, and that'll keep Pence from going to second. Nice takeout slide by Biggio to prevent the double play.
Well, broken bat here. Reyes right in front of it. Beautiful. Gotay just tried to turn it. He didn't have a chance with the speed of Pence. And here's the slide. Clean, very nice. Don't see that much anymore.
We saw easily do it to Biggio last night. So 1 out and 1 on. Here's Mark Loretta, who lined out to right his first time up. Loretta's really been a godsend for the Astros this year. He was signed to be a backup player, but he has played most of the time. Lately at shortstop with Adam Everett out, playing first base tonight to give Berkman the night off. 2-0 to Loretta. Glavin falls behind him 3-0.
Pence has 7 stolen bases on the year, caught 4 times, so not a good percentage.
Glavin hasn't walked about it tonight. He walked 5 in his last start against Colorado. Tony Randazzo, like Larry Vanover last night, has had a pretty hefty strike zone.
Well, he's like Dutch Renard, umpire in my day. It was a low ball umpire. He's calling the borderline low strike, but if they're consistent, that's cool.
In the air to center field. Beltran barely has to move. And Loretta retired, 2 out. So 2 away. Pence still at first. See potential Mets of tomorrow in action today on SNY as the Brooklyn Cyclones take on the Jamestown Jammers at Keyspan Park, with our own Kevin Burkhardt doing the play-by-play along with Dave Gallagher. Live Monday at 7 only on SNY. The Jamestown Jammers, my research tells me, at least Kevin told me, a Florida Marlins farm team. Would not have known that otherwise. Carlos Lee takes ball one. Lee lined a base hit his first time up. Carlos Lee leading the National League in RBIs with 72. He got himself one attractive contract. 6 years, $100 million. The kind of money the Astros were hoping to send Carlos Beltran's way 2 winters earlier.
But the cost of living increase.
Well, you know, the Astro fans have been very virulent in their booing of Beltran ever since he spurned them as a free agent and came to the Mets. And one of the reasons was that perception, whether it was reality or not, is in your point of view as Lee walks. The perception was that Beltran kept the Astros on the hook for a long time, intimating that he was ready to re-sign and then bolted at the last moment.
Of course, Carlos's agent, Scott Boras.
Exactly.
Well, hey, Scott Boras.
But you can't boo the agent.
No. You want, if an agent is hired by the player, you want the agent to be getting along with ownership? I don't think so. He's not doing his job. Scott Boras is one of the fine agents there are, and I've known Scott for a long time.
Here's Morgan Ensberg with 2 out and 2 on, and Glavin throws a strike.
I've said it before. Scott played minor league ball with my brother. They were roommates in A-ball in the Florida State League back in, I would think, 73, maybe 74. I'm not sure.
Ensberg popped up his first time up, and Glavin misses inside. Glavin pitched to Carlos Lee as though he were trying to get to Ensberg.
The short porch here, Glavin's going to be very careful to that big bomber.
And Ensberg has had such a rough time of it, and that's got to be a difficult spot for Lee. Lately they've had Loretta hitting behind Lee, and at least there's a little threat there. But right now, with Ensberg struggling the way he is, it's going to be hard for Lee to get pitches to hit with men on base.
Well, I think when they got Carlos Lee, they weren't obviously not anticipating Ensberg having this kind of year. They were trying to add another bat to their lineup. Well, they added and subtracted.
1-2 to Ensberg, and he watches the changeup just wide. It's 2-2. Well, with Lee in the middle of their batting order and Lance Berkman, they've got 2 legit bats. Berkman has battled his way back from a rough start, and Ensberg takes inside. It's 3-2. So Glavin not getting the call on either side of the plate and a little annoyed.
Well, Tommy thought he wanted this one. Let's watch the glove, see if LaDuca brings it back in. Yep, that missed. Good call.
So now Glavin has a pitch to make. The runners will be going with 3-2 and 2 down. And Ensberg drives one to deep left center field. Back goes Leday looking up, and it's off the wall in play. Hence scores, Lee scores a 2-run double for Morgan Ensberg. And the Astros jump out to a 2-0 lead.
Well, let's take a look at the pitch. Oh, fastball. Sinker went down and got it.
You've got to hit it over that yellow line 25 feet high for a home run out there. And it hit about halfway up.
Well, Pence is going to score easily. This is the one right here with 2 outs. Lee works pretty good once he gets going, doesn't he?
Well, Glavin thought he had him struck out on the prior pitch. And then he gives up the 2-run double to Ensberg. Just the 22nd and 23rd RBIs this year for Ensberg. And Chris Burke takes a strike, 1-1. Burke, who hit his first big league home run at Shea Stadium, breaking up a Pedro Martinez no-hit bid. Later hit the latest postseason home run in Major League history when he homered in the 18th inning to beat the Braves in a National League Division Series game 2 years ago. Two 1 to Burke. Fouls it away. 2-2.
Well, it poured again during batting practice. I mean, when it rains here, it rains so hard you cannot see the buildings through the windows. You can see the choo-choo train with the oranges in the back, not pumpkins.
Good call. And that missed inside. It's 3-2. Now Glavin had 2 out and a runner at first. Pitched around Carlos Lee. Got ahead of Ensberg. Thought he had him struck out. Gave up a 2-run double. Now he's 3-2 on Burke. And it's lined toward right center field. Green getting over, diving. He can't get it. And it rolls to the wall. Ensberg scores. Burke will get a triple out of this. And it's 3-0 Houston. Green made the effort, but he came up empty. Burke has his first triple of the year, and the Astros have 3 runs home here in the 4th.
Well, 3 runs with 2 outs, and nice effort by Sean Green. Can't get to it, and good hitting by Burke. And this is the approach you've got to have. Ensberg with 2 outs is going to score easily, but right-hand hitters have got to have the approach to go the opposite field. You see Burke here, who runs well. Not a big guy.
So here's Eric Bruntlett with 2 out and a runner at third, and he takes the changeup off the plate. Bruntlett grounded to short his first time up. So Glavin, who couldn't put the brakes on a big inning in Colorado in his last start, having another bad inning here in Houston. And it's 2-0 to Bruntlett.
It seems to be the one Tom's tenure here with the Mets. He's been prone to big innings, and usually between the 4th, 5th, and 6th inning, he'll have one bad inning.
2-1 to Bruntlett.
See Sean there on the dive, just couldn't get to it.
I think that ball knuckled under his glove at the last moment. Glavin is not getting a single strike on that inside corner. It's 3-1. Well, Glavin's troubles generally have been early in games this year. This time trouble is hit in the 4th. In the air to center field. A lot of room out there for Beltran. And that puts an end to the inning. But a 2-run double from Ensberg, a run-scoring triple from Burke. Glavin, after getting 2 outs in the inning, giving up the 2 big hits. And the Astros jump out to a 3-0 lead as we go to the 5th in Houston. We go to the 5th inning here in Houston. The Mets were shut out on 4 hits by Wandy Rodriguez last night. They've been held without a hit for the first 4 innings by Woody Williams tonight. And David Wright takes a strike. David struck out looking his first time up.
Well, they looked like they were going to ready to break out collectively in Philadelphia, and things
pops it up foul.
Went on to Colorado, a great hitter's ballpark, and they weren't able to sustain it there. And here so far, they're not exactly tearing the cover off the ball. It's just been a very up and down, inconsistent first half for this Met ball club.
To date in this game, this is about as troubling a performance as we've seen from this team for a couple of reasons. You've got a pitcher out there who's 4-10 this year with an ERA of 5.5, who's really been struggling. As Wright loops one into left center, and the Mets will have their first hit of the night. So David with a leadoff hit. Add to that the wake-up call provided last night. Let's go to the studio. Time for a City Baseball Night in New York update, and Chris Connor.
All right, Gary, Braves and Padres, 7th inning. They're loaded. Kevin Kuzmanov with the single to left. 2 runs come in. Padres get 3 in the inning and win it 8-5. See more on Geico Sports Night.
That score, the best news of the night for the Mets, as they have a chance to extend their lead back to 3 games if they can get a win, but they trail 3-0 as Glavin hopes to get some offensive help with Carlos Delgado stepping in. Drew a walk his first time up, and they've got the infield overshift on against him. But you know what I'm saying, Keith? I mean, after last night, you would figure this team would come out about as fired up as they had all year. Or at least we'd hope that with the message that Willie sent.
Well, it just seemed like they were very fired up in the 4-game series in Philly. In division, an important series, and it's like they left it there, Gare, and were flat the entire series in Colorado. Okay, I can see that after Philly, but then, okay, get swept. Let's go forward here. Okay, enough. So they're making a lot of mediocre pitchers look like Cy Young lately. They're just struggling. They're struggling offensively as a team.
I mean, Wandy Rodriguez pitched a terrific game last night.
Yes, he did. He sure did, boy.
But, you know, Woody Williams throwing an 85-mile-an-hour fastball up.
And there.
2-2 to Delgado. So it just makes you scratch your head right now.
Well, that's why they play the games. It's amazing. You sit there and you've got Greg Maddux pitching against.
Delgado gets under one to deep right center field. Back to the warning track. Burke looking up, and it's out of here. Carlos Delgado with a 2-run homer. And that energizes the Mets offense and gets them back to within a run. It's 3-2. So Delgado, who went 4 for 4 a couple of nights ago, cranks one to right center, his 14th home run. And the Mets get 2 runs back.
Well, Carlos having a good fastball right down the pipe, belt high. And he's been cripple hitting, and boy, all good hitters cripple hit. You get that cripple pitch, you jump all over it. And that was another promising sign right there from the big cleanup hitter, who's now been hitting 5th for quite some time. And the Mets need him to get it back together.
Career home run number 421 for Delgado, moves him into sole possession of 39th place all time as LaDuca grounds one down to first, and Loretta will take it to the bag. That's the first out of the inning.
And that is just so critical right there. The Mets answered that 3-run Astros bottom of the 4th. It was a big clutch hit right there.
So 1 out and nobody on as we check out our Jeep around the majors. Last night, Ken Griffey Jr. moved into a tie with Frank Robinson for 6th all-time. Brian Fuentes with his 4 straight blown saves off the All-Star team, and Brandon Webb is on. And Sean Green takes ball 1.
So John Maine was snubbed again.
Fouled away at the plate, 1-1. Well, the way it has been explained to me now is they didn't have a choice. They had to go by the player balloting.
I'm all ears.
So.
Poor John.
Green grounds one to short, and Bruntlett up with it. 2 away.
Do expound on that. Explain to the fans that.
Well, you
what
know,
happened.
the fans vote for the starters, and then the players vote for the reserves and the pitchers. And if they make a replacement, they have to go by the player voting to choose a replacement. So Webb was next in line on the player voting, which is why Maine got snubbed again.
So basically, managers don't have much input anymore.
They get a few choices, but not many. So Ledea lines one down the right field line, just foul. 0-1 to Ricky. Anyway, the last note on our Jeep around the majors that we didn't get to as you look at that ball land foul was the fact that the Twins, who scored 32 runs in 2 games yesterday, got shut out for the first 8 innings by Mark Burley today. and lost that game 3-1. It's a great game, isn't it?
It sure is. And that's why they play the games.
1-1 to Leday.
And that was like interrupted in that Delgado's home run. You know, you got an ace of a staff pitching against a guy with an ERA of 5. You think the ace is going to win the game easily, and you go out there, and a lot of times the ace is knocked out, and the guy with the terrible ERA throws a complete game. Go figure.
2-1 to Leday, and he swings through the fastball, and it's 2-2.
Well, we were talking about up the ladder fastballs. That was actually a helicopter breaking ball slider right there. So they made sure he got on top of that and just missed.
Woody Williams has the lowest percentage of swings and misses of any major league ERA qualifier this year. 4.6%, and he had just one swing and miss in his entire 7 innings against the Phillies. Leday lines one into center field, and he's got a 2-out hit. So the Mets have their 3rd hit of the inning, and that'll clear the pitcher's spot as Glavin comes up. But he's been getting more than his share of swings and misses tonight, has the 40-year-old Woody Williams. That's something he's quite accustomed to. Much more a contact pitcher, and in fact a fly ball pitcher. The home run by Delgado, the 20th that Williams has given up this year.
Well, he's 40 years old and not the pitcher he used to be. His best year was with St. Louis in 2003, where he won 18 games.
Glavin grounded out to short his first time up, dropping his batting average to an even 300. The Houston native and University of Houston product pitching back in his hometown. And Williams gets a strike. 1-1.
That was the 20th home run he's given up this season. The home run to Carlos Delgado. His 13th to left-hand hitters.
The 20 home runs allowed ties him with Cole Hamels for the most in the National League.
A little quiet night. Little fans are kind of sedate tonight. It's a nice crowd.
Just about a full house as Glavin taps one to short, and Bruntlett goes the long way. That retires the side, but the Mets get closer. Carlos Delgado with a 2-run homer, his 14th. 3-2 Houston. Are you ready for the 2007 Major League Baseball All-Star Game? Tune in for all the action live from San Francisco this Tuesday night, July 10th at 8 o'clock Eastern. This one counts. Check your local listings. Brad Ausmus leads off the home 5th and takes ball 1 from Tom Glavin. Ausmus lined out to go tie his first time up, dropping his all-time numbers against Glavin to 2 for 41. That's 2 for 41. As he swings over the changeup 1-1. Now Ausmus has never been a big offensive player, but 2 for 41.
That's kind of eating someone up, isn't it?
Wow. I mean, he did line out his first time up tonight.
But you never know. I'm sure in this case Tom really does eat him up.
Big hopper for Gotay. It flattens out a bit. He stays with it and throws out Ausmus for the first out, making 2 for 42. It's the lowest average of any hitter active against any active pitcher. So 1 out and nobody on.
This reminds me that I've told this story before. We're in the middle of the season. We're flying to Houston. Nolan Ryan's throwing against us. It doesn't matter what year. Davey calls me up to first class and says, Keith, I'm going to give you a rest tomorrow. I see here by the stats that you only hit like 150 off of Nolan Ryan. And I said, Davey, don't sit me down against Nolan Ryan. I don't mind hitting off Nolan. He's tough. I've always gotten late hits off him and hurt him, and he's walks me a lot. I go, if you want to give me a rest, give me a rest against Knepper. It was a very tough left hand.
Williams goes down on 3 pitches. First strikeout of the night for Glavin.
So I went into the game. And what did I do? I hit a 3-run homer in the 7th. I never hit a home run off Nolan. In the dome, I hit a 3-run home run in the 7th or 8th inning to beat him. So statistics can be deceptive.
So you're saying it's possible that, you know, in that 2 for 42
No, I'm
Ausmus,
not.
he could have a number of ringing line drives.
It's Brad Ausmus. So I have a hunch Tom eats him up.
2 out and nobody on. Here's Biggio, 1 for 2. And he hits this one in the air to Wright, and Green retreats and makes the play. So Glavin bounces back with a 1-2-3 inning. We played 5 in Houston, 3-2 Astros. A quack and a moo for our Aflac trivia question. Which pitcher has hit Craig Biggio the most times?
That's a funny looking duck.
Got your duck, got your cow. As Jose Reyes takes a strike from Woody Williams to start the 6th inning. Mets down by a run. Reyes is flying to left, bounced to second. And he takes in off the plate. 1-1. Curveball misses. 2-1. Ensberg creeping a little tighter with each pitch at third base against the threat of the bunt. Reyes bounces one foul. Now tied in a knot. It's 2-2.
It's been a bit of a struggle for Jose lately with the bat. He, as you saw, his average down to 305. He's hit most of the year. He was due for a little tailspin. He's got his on-base percentage down to 387.
And he goes down swinging. That's the 4th strikeout for Woody Williams. And again, a pitcher who doesn't get swings and misses is getting swings and misses tonight.
High fastball. Look at the catcher. He wanted it higher. That was around between the letters and the belt. Jose swung right through it.
So it's been a rough night for Reyes at the plate. 1 out and nobody on. Here's Gotay, who's 0 for 2. Fly to left, tried to bunt, and Williams threw him out. 1-0 to Ruben, making his 13th start tonight. His 4th time in the 2-hole, which has been a rotating spot. Mets have used 11 different players in the 2-hole this year.
Ruben's got some pop from the left side of the plate. All 3 of his home runs left-handed.
Strokes one toward the middle. Bruntlett with a nice skidding stop, and he throws him out. Boy, Bruntlett's made a couple of terrific plays tonight. Little sit spin there to get Gotay 2 away.
Well, this is a nice play, Gary. And Bruntlett, who has been a reserve but called up recently, nice play. Very athletic. Big hang with him for Gotay.
There's Beltran, who takes a strike.
And here's another Met who's been struggling. Carlos down to 265 on the season, and it's been a struggle for him outside of those 2 back-to-back 2 home run games in Philly.
Drives one deep but foul. Well, since the two home run games, Beltran is just 3 for 25. And that includes the home run he hit here 2 nights ago. So that batting average not quite where Carlos would like it to be. Pulls this one foul. Down past Hojo.
Hojo.
He's got to learn to lay off those balls. As a first base coach, you got to know what you can handle and what you can't.
He wasn't much better with a glove in his hand.
Oh, you're so bad.
I'm sorry, Hojo. Only kidding.
One and two to Beltran.
upstairs fastball. And Beltran laid off. Seeing a lot of that this road trip. Pitchers pitching up the ladder.
2-2 to Beltran. Curveball fouled away. The most outrageous family on television is coming to the CW11 this fall. Get ready for Family Guy, the hilarious hit that keeps critics raving and viewers coming back for more. Family Guy weeknights this September on the CW11. And Beltran watches the curveball low, and it's 3-2. Williams has walked only 1 tonight, and he struck out 4. He averages just 4.5 strikeouts per 9 innings. 3-2 to Beltran. And he just got a piece of that to stay alive.
Well, he's been pounding Carlos inside, throwing that cutter.
Beltran pulls one on the ground to second. Biggio throws him out, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Woody Williams. So a bounce back inning for Williams after giving up the Delgado home run. Still 3-2 Houston. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Astros with a 3-2 lead. Tom Glavin will take on 2, 3, and 4 in the Houston batting order. Hunter Pence leading off, lined out to left, then reached on a forced play and scored a run. The Astros got all 3 of their runs in the 4th off Glavin, 2 on a 2-out double by Morgan Ensberg, and then the other on a run-scoring triple by Chris Burke. That's got their 2 runs on a Delgado home run the next half inning. Pence grounds one down to right, plays the 2-hopper and throws him out, 1 away. Time to check in with the studio. A baseball night in New York update, and Chris Cotter.
Well, let's go to the stadium, Gary. Bottom of the 13th. Yankees down 2-1 with runners on the corners and 2 outs. And Derek Jeter, the fielder's choice. Angels win. Great pitching performances from both Clemens and Lackey. See more on Geico Sportsnet.
All right, thanks, Chris. The 2 teams the Yankees are chasing, the Red Sox and the Tigers, are playing each other. They're tied 2-2 in the 5th at Comerica. Here's Mark Loretta with 1 out. And he bluffs the bunt, takes a strike. By the way, the Phillies off to a fast start in Colorado. First inning home runs by Rollins and Howard. And they're up 3-0 and still batting in the 1st.
Oh, didn't they get off to a hot start last night?
They had a 6-1 lead last night, and they lost. Changeup misses, and it's 1-1 to Loretta.
Is that game rain delayed?
Which is that?
Colorado? Philly?
Perhaps it is.
It says 3R on the scoreboard. That would mean rain, wouldn't it?
Could mean rain. So they could get rained out of that lead.
6-1 lead blown late again for Philadelphia, and that has just been their problem.
That's an R. R for rain. We've seen a lot of rain lately, haven't we? It pours here in Houston every day, but fortunately there's a roof on the stadium. 3-1 to Loretta. It's been pouring from the minute we stepped off the plane here on Wednesday night.
It's summer in Houston.
It doesn't usually rain this much, though. They've had a lot of flooding. It's been a big problem. And Loretta lifts one to right. Green closing. And there are 2 out. So Glavin's now retired 6 in a row. 2 out and nobody on. As we check your Mets upcoming schedule, 1 more to play here in Houston tomorrow, 2 o'clock on the CW11. Then the All-Star break, then back to Shea for 4 games with Ken Griffey Jr. and the Reds, including the Saturday night tribute to Ralph Kiner on the 14th.
I am looking forward to that.
Remember, all Mets home games on SNY are available in HD, presented by IO Digital Cable. Do you see in HD? Carlos Lee takes ball 1. And if you're in the car, be sure to listen to every Mets game on Sports Radio 66 WFAN with Howie and Tom. Lee's been aboard twice with a single and a walk. And Glavin, who pitched around him his last time up, goes behind 2-0. Didn't work out when he pitched around Lee in the 4th because Ensberg and Burke then followed with extra base hits. Lee reaching for the changeup, and it's 2-1.
Well, great change here by Tom. And after that 3-run 4th, he seemed to have got himself back together. That's what he needs to do, that hard sinking, not hard, soft sinking changeup.
There's a strike with the fastball, and it's 2-2. And Lee was not quite sure about that. There are your RBI leaders in the National League, with Lee on top.
There's some big men right there outside of Utley.
That's true. Fielder just hit his 28th home run tonight in Washington. Line the other way. That'll fall in front of Green for a base hit. So Lee aboard for the 3rd straight time. 2 singles and a walk. And a 2-out base runner for the Astros.
Well, I think that Glavin's probably okay. I gave up a 2-out single to this guy who's a big power hitter. He can't hit that pitch outside, out of the ballpark. And, you know, maybe I should have gone in, but a 1-run ball game if I make a mistake. So on to Ensberg, who hurt him last time with the 2-out double, RBI double, 2-out, 2 RBI double.
Remember, Glavin threw a 2-2 pitch that he thought was a 3rd strike, didn't get the call, and then gave up that big hit to Ensberg, who has been struggling so mightily. One and 0 to Ensberg. And he takes a strike in one of the few calls he's gotten on that inside corner tonight.
Well, this was a 3-2 count right here. And as Gary said, Tom thought he had him the pitch prior. And that hurt him.
He counted for the first 2 runs of the game, and Ensberg this time pops it up. David Wright coming in to make the call. And the side retired. So Glavin's turned in 6 innings. Now the Mets need to get him a run or 2.
As Billy Wagner waits to see if he'll get in this game, he has a special friend here tonight, and I'm with him right now on the 2nd deck here down the left field line at Minute Maid Park. Warren Cattermas, who befriended Billy a couple years ago in New York, and Warren is an Air Force surgeon. He just in fact got back from Iraq. He's been over there to the Middle East 3 times now, and very interesting. They developed a very good friendship, a lot of emails back and forth, and that led to Billy sending some shirts over to the Middle East for a little bit of support. How'd that all happen, Warren?
Yeah, it sure did. We just had emailed a couple times back and forth. He asked if we could get some of the games on TV over there. I told him we could. We didn't have a lot of support.
And Wright drives one deep to left. Forget it. That is gone. David Wright just ties the game up, and maybe Warren's good luck. And all of a sudden, this game is tied at 3. As David Wright hits number 16 off Woody Williams to tie this ball game up in the 7th. Check out right here. I can't see the replay, but I can tell you it went pretty far. And this one, you know, realize how far that fence is in left field. That's, as Gary pointed out, 25 to 30 feet high, and that one cleared it, went out onto the concourse. So all of a sudden this game is tied. So Warren, I'm sorry, continue about your story with Billy and your emails.
Yeah, so I was just saying that there were a lot of New York people up there, but we seem to be outnumbered by some of the Yankee fans and even some Boston fans out there, and just a few of us Mets guys. So he came up with some idea along with myself to send some shirts out there to spark some morale and some interest in the team. And you know, we listen to a lot of music in the operating room. A lot of the people listen to the music, and with Billy's closing music being Enter Sandman, that was a lot of our music we listened to in the operating room. So we put that all together, and Billy came up with some shirts to send over there, and just kind of sparked morale and gave some for some people to talk about over there. And
you know, and it's funny, the shirts he sent over, we had a picture. It said, basically said, you know, Enter Sandman, put the enemy to sleep. You know, as Delgado hits one a mile in the air, pretty deep down the left field line here, and Lee comes on in and makes the catch. Talk about Wagner, though, and what kind of guy he is.
Well, he's just a straightforward, very nice, legitimate guy, and you know that from the first time I met him in spring training. And he's just a very sincere individual, and he treats everybody the same, and that's something I really appreciated the first time I met him. He doesn't treat you like a second-class citizen, and he's just one of the guys, and I really appreciated that. He's got a great family. He's a very family man, And his kids are fantastic, and I really have a lot of respect for him from that point of view.
Warren, really nice to meet you. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much.
Guys, just to give you a little idea, you know, you see Billy Wagner out there in the ninth. That gives you just a little smidge of what kind of person, what kind of character he has.
All right, Kevin, as the Mets rally to tie here in the 7th on David Wright's home run, and Paul LaDuca takes a strike 1-1.
Well, Williams fell behind Wright 2-0, and Wright got a 2-0 fastball up and just jumped all over it. David's 16th and Woody Williams' 21st home run of the year given up.
Yes, LaDuca swings and misses. I had to chuckle looking at those shirts that Billy sent over there. It said the Sandmen.
They're over there in a lot of sand, aren't they?
They certainly are. And you know, today is the Live Earth concerts all around the world, and I was watching a little bit earlier from Wembley Stadium, and Metallica was playing, and they played Enter Sandman. And you know, it's the source of much discussion in New York. Wagner, Rivera, Enter Sandman. Metallica did not mention either name. Didn't mention a single closer in their performance of Enter Sandman. They stayed closer neutral. 2-2 to LaDuca.
So the concert is
it's unbelievable. I mean, I was on the MSN website, and they've got the concerts from every continent. It's unbelievable. Watching from Australia, watching from Wembley, watching from Giant Stadium. Technology it's a wonderful thing. The second base, and Biggio in front of it. LaDuca retired 2 away. So LaDuca's grounded out 3 times in a row in his return to the lineup. 2 out.
There's a reflection up there, isn't there? Gee, that's always coming from the
Sean Green's face.
Yes. On the screen up there, the big screen.
And Biggio with another chance throws out Green to end the inning, but the Mets get even. David Wright with his 16th home run of the year got all of that one up over that 25-foot yellow line in left center to get the Mets and Glavin tied. Charlie Sheen and John Cryer joined the CW11 family this fall in the Emmy-nominated hit comedy 2.5 Men. If you think your life is crazy, wait till you see what goes on in this house. 2.5 Men weeknights starting in September on the CW11. Chris Burke takes ball 1. Burke tripled in a run his last time up, and he fouls off the changeup out in front. 1-1. So Glavin now off the hook after falling behind 3-0. Home runs by Delgado and Wright have gotten him even. All in all, it's been a good night for Tom. He's allowed just 5 hits over the first 6 innings. And after walking 5 in his last start, he's walked only 1 tonight, and that was pretty well a pitcher round against Carlos Lee. One that did not work out in his favor. But he's been throwing strikes tonight. Burke lifts one to center field. Beltran back a couple of strides. 1 away. So 1 out and nobody on in the bottom of the 7th. Let's check out your Toyota National League scoreboard this afternoon. Mike Cameron a homer and 3 RBIs for the Padres as they beat the Braves to even up that series. Ted Lilly pitching for the Cubs and pitching shutout ball in Pittsburgh tonight. The Brewers on top of the Nationals behind Jeff Suppan. Prince Fielder his 28th home run. Giants and Cardinals 2-2 in the 6th. Tim Lincecum pitching that game for the Giants. And a rain delay in Colorado. First inning home runs by Rollins and Howard have the Phillies out to a 3-0 lead against Rodrigo Lopez and the Rockies. Eric Bruntlett 0 for 2. He's grounded to short and fly to center. And he takes the changeup off the plate. 1-1.
Well, Tom's really settled in here since that 3-run 4th.
Now the question is, how far will he go? This will be his 97th pitch of the night. Lifted down the right field line. Green over for a look, but it's out of play. 1-2. And Glavin is due to bat second when the Mets come to bat in the 8th inning.
And let's not forget, let's not diminish David Wright's home run. This is a big game for the Mets here, and they've got Oswalt going tomorrow, the ace of the Astros. Mets down 3-0. Delgado brings it to within a run, and David now has tied it up, and the Mets are in the hunt here.
1-2 to Bruntlett. And that misses inside, and the Mets will throw Dave Williams tomorrow. Williams will be making his first major league appearance of the season. Dave started 5 games for the Mets last year. And so that makes tonight even more important, because you have no idea what you're going to get out of Williams. You hope to get a good start from him.
It hasn't been exactly a Oswalt season. He's 7-5.
To center field. Glavin keeps using the big part of the ballpark, and Beltran right there, 2 away. It's 5 putouts for Beltran in center field tonight. As you look at tomorrow night's probables, Dave Williams last year 5 starts for the Mets after he came over from Cincinnati. Had surgery on a herniated disc in his neck in late January and has been out to this point. Has been pitching well on rehab and now gets the start tomorrow against Oswalt, who was named as a replacement to the National League All-Star team. There's Oswalt for the injured John Smoltz. Here's Brad Ausmus with 2 out, and he fouls it back. Ausmus 0 for 2 tonight, and now 2 for 42 against Tom Glavin. And Woody Williams is out on deck, even though the Astros bullpen is cooking. Williams has pitched well tonight. A couple of 40-plus starters going head-to-head, and they're 3-3 in the 7th. One and 1 to Ausmus, and he takes the changeup just off the plate. 2 and 1.
What are his numbers now again, Gary? Repeat that.
I believe that's 2 for 42.
2 for 42 against Glavin. That's like.
It means, you know what that means? It means he's due. Well, he's ahead in the count now. If he's ever going to get a hit, this would be the time. I wonder if he gets on whether Williams will actually bat or whether they would send up a pinch hitter. He took his best cut, and it's 3-2.
Well, the bullpen, as we said, for the Astros is last in the National League, ranked 28th in the major leagues, and they have just been awful. Their ERA is over 5, that bullpen.
But they're well rested tonight.
They are rested.
3-2 to Ausmus. Get on the ground to second. Well, another chance for Ausmus goes by the boards. He's now 2 for 43 against Glavin. Glavin, most importantly, a 1-2-3 7th inning, and now the Mets will try and get him a lead in the top of the 8th.
I'm Kenny Choi. Coming up on Geico Sports Night, Old Timers Day at Yankee Stadium. Reggie Jackson has some advice for the fans and how they treat A-Rod. Geico Sports Night, blah.
Let's answer our Aflac trivia question tonight. Greg Biggio, the all-time leader in being hit by a pitch. Who's hit him the most?
Aha.
The former Met, Pedro Estacio. Well, Tom Glavin would appear to be done after 7 innings, as Ricky Leday leads off the top of the 8th in a 3-3 game. Interestingly, David Newhan has come out on deck to bat for Leday. But if Leday were to get on, wouldn't you think about leaving Glavin in to bunt?
I would.
Even if you weren't going to keep him in the game to pitch.
Well, he's the best bunter on the team, and then you would save your bench. You never know. This game could go 15 innings.
1-2 to Leday, who's 1 for 2 tonight, but it doesn't look as though Willie has any intention of using Glavin.
No, we'll see.
Woody Williams pitching into the 8th inning, and Leday strikes out. Another swinging strikeout for Woody Williams. He's got 5 strikeouts tonight, 4 on swinging third strikes, and that's just not his game.
Just a fastball down and away. Wright had a lot of plate. Ricky swung right through it. That's his 2nd strikeout of the night.
So 1 out and nobody on. And now they'll talk about the scouting report on David Newhan, who makes his return to the Mets. Newhan promoted when Carlos Gomez went on the disabled list. And Newhan was swinging the bat very well down in New Orleans while he was down there. As you look at the numbers on Williams tonight, Newhan was hitting .338 in 21 games with New Orleans, a couple of home runs, getting a chance to play every day. Woo! And a breaking ball in for a strike. You were reacting
to the pitch. The call was, he's a low ball umpire, big time.
Maybe a mouse.
I'm sorry, you know me. It just kind of blurts out sometimes.
0-2 to Newhan.
Can't help myself.
David was hitting an even 200 when he was sent down. And he felt as though he was getting into a bit of a groove down in AAA. Newhan's used to being bounced back and forth as Aaron Heilman gets up in the bullpen. He's never really been fully secure in a big league role. He's always been that 24th or 25th guy. Goes down swinging at the curveball, and Williams with back-to-back strikeouts to start the 8th inning. That's 6 strikeouts for Woody Williams.
Well, he's got the curveball working tonight, and this is not a strike. Newhan went fishing.
So 2 out and nobody on. And the only chance that Glavin has to get win number 298 is if the Mets get a run right now. Reyes is 0 for 3. Flied out, grounded out, struck out. And he takes the changeup outside, 1-0. It has been a very rough stretch for Reyes. Just 1 for his last 19. And he's late on the fastball, and it's 1-1.
Well, he's pulling off a little, and you know, once again, the Met offense is not clicking and making pitchers with having mediocre seasons look like Cy Young.
I mean, that's an 86-mile-an-hour fastball, and Williams threw it by him.
It was a backup slider. I mean, Jose, you can see, is flying his front shoulder out a little bit too quick. It's a habit he has when he goes bad, and all of us will pull off when we go bad. When he hits right, when he's right at the plate, he keeps that shoulder in.
1-2 to Reyes, and he misses low and inside. Ensberg, the third baseman, practically standing on the third base line to try and prevent the extra base hit.
Well, I come from that school, and I agree, especially with 2 outs.
2-2 to Reyes, lifted foul. Well, the one thing I would say about that, though, is that the way this ballpark's configured with that angled fence down the line, if you hit it right over the bag, not guaranteed to get a double anyway, the way that ball might bounce back.
And we're seeing more and more managers not playing by the rule, which is tying winning run on base up at the plate. From the 7th inning on, you guard the lines.
2-2 to Reyes, and he strokes one into left field. That's a base hit. So Reyes has his first hit of the night, only the 5th hit for New York. And the thing about Reyes also, to me, that mitigates guarding the lines, if he gets a single, it's got a chance to be a double anyway.
That's true. And there's a backdoor slider, belt high, going right with it. Beautiful. That's what Jose has learned to do.
So we'll see how apt he is to try and swipe one here with the go-ahead run at first. Phil Garner's come out to the home plate umpire Tony Randazzo. Looks like he's going to make a double switch here. So Woody Williams, after going 7 2/3 and throwing 112 pitches, appears to be done. Mark Loretta has come into the dugout. Looks like he's going to switch gloves and go out to shortstop as Garner makes a few changes here. Bruntlett's coming off the field. Mike Lamb's going in to play first base, and it looks like Loretta will move to short. As Garner goes to the bullpen, Williams wasn't ready to leave.
Well, I think Garner made the switch here because it's a tie ball game, and he's given up too many home runs this year.
This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Verizon. Switch to Verizon Fios TV, internet, phone. It's the most advanced fiber optic network straight to your home.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Sterling Mets and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Sterling Mets.
Woody Williams A little peeved at coming out of the game with 2 outs in the 8th inning. But Chad Qualls is on to replace him. Qualls has had a couple of very good years for the Astros.
Well, of the 7 relievers on this Houston relief corps, Qualls and Borkowski are the only ones with ERAs in the 4. Everybody else has ERA over 6. That's amazing.
Ruben Gotay, the batter, and Reyes diving back to the bag. And I think among the reasons that Phil Garner went to the bullpen here is that Qualls is a little better at holding runners on than Woody Williams is.
And Woody Williams has a propensity this year of giving up long ball.
Gotay 0 for 3, got robbed of a hit. The shortstop Bruntlett his last time up, and Reyes again gets the hand back, but only barely. You see Mike Lamb now playing first base for the Astros. He'll bat 9th. Pitcher comes into the 7th spot as Loretta moved to short.
Close.
Gotay has yet to see a pitch. And he doesn't this time either. And Qualls is making Reyes work. Opposing base stealers are only 5 for 9 this year with Qualls on the mound. That's pretty good for a relief pitcher. A lot of relief pitchers are not good at holding runners. Reyes with 43 steals this year. He's been caught 11 times. Not going. And Gotay takes the fastball outside, 1-0. See how patient Gotay is here to let Reyes try and swipe one. With the score tied at 3-3 in the 8th. Not going. And he lines one into right field for a base hit. Reyes will have to stop at second as it gets to Burke quickly. And now the Mets have the go-ahead run into scoring position with Carlos Beltran coming up.
Well, fastball up. And Qualls is a sinker ball pitcher, and that's not going to get it done. And I think Reyes had a lot to do with that. And good heads up by Gotay here is that, you know, when you've got a speedster like Reyes, you're going to get the fastball. Now you're in a situation where you set it up for your number 3 hitter in Beltran, who has been struggling in the clutch, Gary.
Well, these are the situations that have bedeviled Beltran this year. 2 outs and runners in scoring position. He's hitting just .129 for the season. And he takes a strike from Qualls. That's the 4th lowest average in the National League with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. .129. But he's got a chance here to put his team in front with a base hit. Facing his former teammate Chad Qualls. And Beltran swings and misses at the slider, 0-2.
Boy, let him off with a good slider here, and then this is a slider that is a tough pitch to lay off. Good pitch to throw, 0-1. See if the hitter goes fishing. And now he's 0-2. Got Carlos in a hole.
Beltran's never had a hit against Qualls, 0 for 7. That's just an eye-popping number. Misses with the slider, and it's 1-2.
Three straight sliders.
One and 2 to Beltran. Struck him out. No, he got a piece of it. Got a piece of it to stay alive.
Well, this is a good sinker right here, unlike the one he threw to Gotay. Look at right there. Good spot. Well, they're going to have a coded sign here. Let's see if we can get location. He's pointing away.
Beltran pops it foul. Moving over is Ensberg, hoping, but it's out of play.
Well, there was a pitch for Carlos to hit right there. A hanging slider. And when you're going bad, you miss those pitches. You miss the mistakes. Watch this helicopter here. Wants it in. Look at, oh my goodness, right there to hit. And you're a little tardy, and that's when you're hot, you make a pitcher pay. You're out of the box. The at-bat's over. When you're going bad, you foul it off. You give the pitcher another opportunity to make his pitch.
Two on, two out, tie game, 8th inning. Struck him out swinging. Jack Wall strikes out Carlos Beltran. And the Mets strand 2. And Glavin will not win 298 tonight. This year, when you can't be home to watch your Mets on SNY or CW11, check out MLB.tv. Watch every out-of-market Mets game of the season live. Catch those you missed on demand, or listen to every radio broadcast. Sign up today. Visit Mets.com, where baseball is always on.
Well, it's been tough for Carlos in the clutch lately. And here's the pitch sequence. The last at bat. Slider, strike 1. Takes. Slider down and in bad. Swings 0-2. Slider in bad. 1-2. Gets a piece of a sinker low and away. Fouls back a hanger. Swings at a down and in slider. Swings right through it. Good pitch. And it's been hard for him. Lately, he's just been struggling.
Now 4 for 32 this year with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. 125. Aaron Heilman takes over the pitching as we go to the bottom of the 8th.
Well, Heilman pitched last night, an inning, mowed right through the Astros.
Struck out Mike Lamb in that inning, and Lamb leads off the home 8th and takes the changeup low and away. Lamb just came on in the double switch in the last inning. 1 for 7 in this series. Started the first 2 games at third base. It was Lamb who picked up Reyes' grounder last night, and he breaks his bat and rolls one out to Gotay. 1 away. So 1 out and nobody on. Well, the Mets had an opportunity to get Glavin a run there in the bottom of the 7th. And so that means win number 298 is going to have to wait for another day after the All-Star break. Mets have not yet set their pitching rotation for after the break. But you have to figure Glavin pitches one of those games against Cincinnati at Shea over the weekend.
And you got to figure Perez will return.
There's certainly the hope coming back from that sore back. Here's Biggio, 1 for 3 on the night, and he floats 1 foul. Glavin went 7 innings, allowed 5 hits, 3 runs, all earned, walked 1, struck out 1 through 105 pitches. And Heilman trying to keep it tied in the 8th. Back to a Heilman, who makes the knockdown and makes the play. 2 away.
Well, Aaron's always in a position to field his position on his follow through. There's the delivery, and he's right there to make the play. Knocked it down. Easy recovery.
See how he flinched a little bit, almost like he thought the ball was hit harder than it was.
A lot of times when that happens, it's like the batter throwing a changeup back to the pitcher.
So 2 out and nobody on. Here's Hunter Pence, who's got 0 for 3 tonight. Came into the night the 2nd leading hitter in the National League. And he lays off the changeup 1-0. Pence is a very aggressive hitter, and you figure, like Jeff Frank Curl last year, word's going to get around on him, and he's going to see fewer and fewer strikes.
Well, he's only got 10 walks on the season, Gary.
He has swung at 55% of the pitches he's seen this year. That's a very high number. And he lines that one to short, caught by Reyes, side retired. So Pence hit it hard, but Reyes right there to snag it. Heilman throws a 1-2-3 inning. On to the 9th with David Wright, who homered his last time up, set to lead off. David Wright leads off the 9th inning. Last time up, David provided tonight's Coors Light cold blast with the Mets down by a run leading off the 7th.
2-0 fastball right down the pipe. Belt high, and he launched it. 2 big home runs for the Mets this ball game. Carlos Delgado, the 2-run shot to make it 3-2, and David to tie it up.
Now facing Chad Qualls, leading off the 9th, and Wright takes a strike. David's 2 for 3 tonight after going 0 for 9 in the first 2 games of the series. Chad Qualls has done a lot of pitching for the Astros over the last couple of years. 81 games last year, 77 the year before, and Wright hits this one in the air well to right center. Pence going back right near the wall. He makes the catch. And just enough room in front of that cyclone fence that borders the Astros bullpen. 1 long out.
Oh, hanging slider, and David was set up to go the opposite field. If he would have been set to pull, that was a hanger right over the middle, but he was going the other way and just got under it.
Almost had enough, but not quite. I love those eyes.
I love
Hunter Pence.
Jeez, if he was had to put a British uniform on him, right? Don't shoot until they see the whites of their eyes.
Those are the second best eyes of the season so far. You know what number 1 is, don't you?
No, tell me.
Oh, come on.
No, please.
Paul LaDuca
Okay.
during his argument with Marvin Hudson. Okay. Those were the eyes of the year, but Pence is a very close second. And those are his everyday eyes. 1-0 to Delgado, who had a 2-run homer back in the 5th. And he takes a strike. Interesting defensive alignment here for the Astros in that they've got the 3 defenders on the right side. Ensberg alone on the left side, but not shaded over. He's playing straight up at third base. So the shortstop hole is completely open. And he hits it right toward that shortstop hole and into center field. So Delgado taking advantage of the way the Astros decided to run the shift, and he's got his 2nd hit of the night.
Well, it's a good sinker. Oh, very good sinker. And Carlos lets go. You can look at the 3 guys on the defense right there, and on the other side of second base, no one's going to get there.
I mean, normally when they play the 3 guys on the right side with nobody on base, they'll move the third baseman over to the shortstop position. But that's not where Ensberg was.
I don't know if Ensberg would have had it. Doesn't cover a whole lot of ground.
So here's LaDuca, who's gone 0 for 3 tonight, including a double play. With the go-ahead run at first and 1 out here in the 9th. And he takes down low from Qualls. We're talking about Qualls and the number of games that he's been in the last couple of years. And part of the theory about what's happened to the Astros bullpen is that they've just been overtaxed the last couple of years. Because you've got guys who have been very successful in the past, like Qualls, like Wheeler, who are just not pitching as well.
Wheeler's just having a horrible year.
LaDuca takes a strike, 1-1. And that'll happen with relief corps sometimes. The more innings you pitch one year, sometimes the less productive you are the next year.
Wheeler's 1-4 with a 6.13 earned run average.
There he is, the former Met, getting loose now. 1-1 to LaDuca. Osmith sets up away, and Delgado back to the bag.
Where's Delgado going?
He's got 2 steals this year. The left-hander Trevor Miller up alongside Wheeler in the Astros bullpen. And LaDuca grounds one to the left side. Loretta in front of it goes to second and gets the force on Delgado. Loretta took his time, knew exactly who he had running, and didn't rush it on that slow ground ball.
And this time Biggio wasn't going to try to turn 2. They turned a double play earlier on LaDuca back in the 2nd on a similarly hit ball, but this was hit a little bit weaker, I guess would be the word.
That would be a word. Here's Sean Green, who's 0 for 3, 3 ground ball outs. LaDuca at first and 2 out, and a line drive base hit to left center. Pence gets over to cut it off. LaDuca's going to head for third. Pence makes the throw to third base. LaDuca is out, and the inning is over. LaDuca, who's been very aggressive on the bases during this road trip, pays for it there, and the Mets are taken out of a threat in the top of the 9th. Making the third out at third base. 3-3 as we go to the bottom of the 9th. Well, Paul LaDuca trying to take the extra base, and he pays for it.
Well, you see that Pence picks the ball up as he makes the turn to second base. And, you know, you don't want to run out of an inning like that. And another thing, you don't mind errors, aggressive errors. It took a perfect throw to get him. But you can't run yourself out of an inning late in a tie ball game.
Now the bottom of the 9th, Aaron Heilman starts his second inning, and Mark Loretta takes ball 1.
And here's the throw, and it had to be perfect. It's right there.
And you know what? When he went into his slide, his foot stuck in the ground. If it hadn't, he would have been safe.
He would have been safe.
But you remember in Colorado when the Mets were way behind and LaDuca stretched a single into a double and barely made it. He's really been pushing the envelope on this trip, being aggressive on the base paths, but you know it's tough when you're not a fast runner. Loretta swings and fouls one off, 2-1.
Well, it was still the slide. You called it, Gary. You saw it where his foot got caught. He would have been safe, so his judgment was correct. But he just didn't make the proper slide. And it's hustle. But boy, just a bad break for the Mets.
2-1 to Loretta. In the air to left field. Over toward the line goes Leday. And that's the first out. So Loretta retired, 1 out.
Take another look at the slide here and the tag. Now watch his lead foot. Gets caught. If he had it out like that earlier, he's safe. It's at the bag. And that's the difference right there.
Well, here's a dangerous moment. Carlos Lee, the league's leading RBI man, up 3-3 bottom of the 9th. And Heilman stays well away from him. Lee is 2 for 2 in a walk tonight and 3 for 6 in his career against Aaron Heilman. Lee hit a walk-off grand slam last week in the game in which Biggio had his 3,000th hit. He lifts this one to right field and foul. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And we know that Aaron has had problems with the long ball this year. He's been hurt more than a few times. He's given up the gopher ball.
He's given up 6 home runs this year in 41 innings. Don't want to let this guy beat you. Comes inside with the fastball, and it's 2-1. You got Ensberg and Burke on deck, and they both came through after Glavin pitched around Lee in the 4th. Lee pops one up foul, and that'll go out of play. 2-2. But this is the guy who scares you the most. 16 home runs, 72 RBI.
And the Astros also have All-Star Lance Berkman on the bench today. He was rested, so he's part of Phil Garner's reserve squad.
2-2 to Lee. Lines one into the glove of Wright, who was positioned perfectly along the line. Makes the highlight play, 2 out.
Well, we've seen the Mets not play this guard the line game. And they did it here with David, and this ball is ripped. Change up, great hitting right there on a good pitch. And David right on the line, as he should be.
Give that man a cesta. Morgan Ensberg fouls one straight down. Ensberg has the biggest hit of this game for the Astros. A 2-out, 2-run double in the 4th inning. The Astros got all 3 of their runs in that 4th against Glavin, who gets a no decision tonight. He went 7. Heilman came on to start the 8th. He's retired 5 in a row, trying to send this game to extra innings. Hit hard toward the hole, base hit. And now the potential winning run aboard with 2 out.
Well, let me tell you, If David's not guarding that line, that's a double to Carlos Lee. There's your ball game. Nice swing by Ensberg, who looks to me like just to be a fastball hitter right now, not a good breaking ball or off-speed hitter. He's got 2 hits tonight, all on the fastball out over the plate.
So Ensberg aboard, no threat to steal. Chris Burke, the batter. Burke had an RBI triple beyond a diving Sean Green back in the 4th. 1 for 3. And Heilman gets the fastball in there. 0-1. Shallow center, and that'll fall for a base hit. Ensberg to second, and now the Astros are a base hit away from winning it. The pitcher's spot is due up, but you have to figure they'll send Berkman up here. Qualls just now going back into the dugout. Beltran playing no doubles in this situation, as well, rightly so.
Absolutely, and again, Wright guarding the line has just saved this ball game. And it's going to be Lance Berkman, and I got to believe they're going to go. Willie's going to go to a left-hander and turn Berkman around, who's only hitting .235 this year against lefties with 1 home run and only 11 RBI.
Well, we talked about it last night. He's a switch hitter, but a far better left-hand hitter than Wright. So Berkman has been announced. And Willie doesn't look like he's inclined to make a move. And there's Pedro Feliciano ready in the bullpen. And now Willie starts to walk out to the mound. So I guess he was buying some time for Feliciano to get ready. Guy Conti waving that Feliciano is ready. And so Willie will make the move. And this is a, as you said, Keith, this is a no-brainer. You got to turn Berkman around to his weaker side.
Absolutely. And Feliciano's ready.
So Heilman leaves. Feliciano comes on to try and shut the Astros down. Last of the 9th inning. Pedro Feliciano tries to come in and bail the Mets out and send this game on to the 10th.
Well, Feliciano having a great year, his 40th appearance. Right-handers 15 for 68 against him, .221 batting average. He has not given up a home run to a right-hand hitter, but it's moot here. A base hit wins the ball game.
Lance Berkman, the pinch hitter, got the night off tonight because the Mets started a lefty. And Berkman has struggled as a right-hand batter throughout his career, and again this year, .235 from the right side with just 1 home run. A base hit could win it for the Astros, but the runner at second, Ensberg, is not fast. And the slider in for a call strike to Berkman, and Feliciano broke off a beauty.
He has really become effective, Gary, against the right-hand hitters with the changeup and his breaking ball.
And with the changeup, he gets ahead 0-2.
Well,
the slider and the changeup.
You got it absolutely right, Gary. Let him off with a down and in slider, then comes with a great sinking change, and he's in the driver's seat here.
Berkman 2 for 2 in his career against Feliciano, but now behind 0-2. He struck him out. Pedro Feliciano strikes out Lance Berkman on 3 pitches, and we're going to extra innings in Houston. Feliciano outright nasty, and Berkman is down, and we're on to the 10th, tied at 3. Pedro Feliciano coming on and doing it in a hurry against Lance Berkman to bail out Aaron Heilman after 2 straight 2-out hits, and that's our Panasonic Plasma replay.
Well, we're going to give you the sequence: slider in, change up away, low and away, and then another one. And that is as quick as you can get it done. 1, 2, 3, go sit down. He has been terrific.
Panasonic for the speed of sports, and so it's on to the 10th inning. And the Mets will have Ricky Leday leading off against the new Houston pitcher, the former Met Dan Wheeler. Wheeler, who's had 3 straight terrific years for the Astros, has been dreadful this year as Leday takes a strike. Breaking ball gets Wheeler ahead of Leday, 0-2.
Well, a good hard slider down. Good pitch.
Dan Wheeler pitched for the Mets in 03 and 04. They traded him to Houston in 04, and he's been a far better pitcher for the Astros than he ever was for the Mets. 3 straight years ERAs 2.52 or under, but not this year.
Well, you can look at him right there. And the batting averages aren't that high off of him and the walk ratio, so he's just been getting lit up.
He's been asked to be a closer this year. And he strikes out Leday with a fastball. 3rd time Leday's been struck out tonight. That's 8 strikeouts for Astro pitching.
Well, the high fastball right here. Swung right through it.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Jose Valentin will bat for Pedro Feliciano.
Wheeler's given up 8 home runs, Gary, in 39 2/3, now 40. That's too many. And I think that's where his problem's been.
Well, the Mets hoping to get a run and get Wagner into the game in the bottom of the ninth, in the bottom of the 10th. If they don't get a lead, it won't be Wagner, I don't think, as Valentin pops it up. First pitch. Lamb, the first baseman, and now there are 2 out. And if it's not going to be Wagner, you wonder why Willie didn't double switch Feliciano into the game to get more than 1 batter out of him. SNY reports from the All-Star game in San Francisco, covering all the Mets and Yankees playing in the Midsummer Classic. Geico Sports Night All-Star Edition, Tuesday at 6:30, only on SNY.
Well, he got a predominantly right-hand hitting lineup, Gary, and I think that's why he wants to go.
Reyes pulls one past Lamb and into right field, a base hit. So Reyes with a 2-out single, just as he did in the 8th inning. And we'll see whether he can move here against Dan Wheeler with Ruben Gotay coming up.
Well, you're right. 0 for 3 into this game and 2 base hits now his last 2 at bats. Nice hitting by Jose on a sinker down. Had too much of the plate. Nice hitting, Jose, and to see if he can make something happen here. Try to steal a bag.
Gotay had a base hit behind Reyes's hit in the 8th inning. But then Beltran struck out to end that threat. Mets had a threat in the 9th as well, but Loduca ran into the 3rd out at 3rd base. Now a runner aboard in the 10th. And Wheeler checks in on Reyes, who has 43 steals this year. And again, will Gotay be patient enough to let Reyes steal a base? Last at bat, he took ball 1 and then got the base hit on the 2nd pitch. It's taken inside by Gotay. So you got Mota and Wagner. Wagner if the Mets get the lead, Mota if they don't. And you know, again, who do you want in this game, Feliciano or Mota?
We've also got Joe Smith out there.
But I'm a little surprised that Willie didn't double switch Feliciano in just for this eventuality, because he's been so good. You'd like to get more than 1 batter out of him.
You're looking at Osmus, an entirely left-handed bench, and Biggio bench. Then it's all right-hand hitters.
Reyes with a big lead, and Wheeler's throw a little late. Looked like Reyes was all set to go that time.
Well, they're being very careful with Jose. And Qualls the last time threw over numerous times, and so is Wheeler, and this at bat. Another one here.
And Reyes just got back that time. So he's playing it right to the edge.
Well, you got to keep Jose close.
And that was close. The third baseman, Ensberg, playing right on the line and in the cutout at third base. Huge hole on the left side for Gotay. And Reyes this time able to get back in standing. Dan Wheeler, now 29 years old. One and 0 to Gotay. Reyes runs. Ausmus with the throw and a hop, not nearly in time. Reyes at second base with his 44th stolen base of the year.
Well, you knew he was going to steal eventually here, and he got a terrific jump. Good pitch to throw for Ausmus, and he doesn't get a good throw. He didn't get a good transfer out of the glove, and a perfect throw would not have got him.
Very weak toss.
Look at the jump, the speed of Reyes. It would have taken a perfect throw, wouldn't have got him. Huge stolen base.
Now the Mets are a base hit away from grabbing a lead here in the 10th. Gotay 1 for 4 on the night. Breaking ball fouled away. And now Wheeler up in the count 1-2. Willie Randolph gave Gotay the start at second base tonight. And he has been very good with runners in scoring position this year. 4 for 8 with 2 out and hitting .474 overall with runners in scoring position. He's got Reyes at second and 2 down. But now Ruben's down in the count 1-2. Fought it off foul.
Well, he's making Wheeler work.
We've seen Gotay have a lot of long and productive at bats.
He from the left side of the plate. He hasn't had much opportunity from the right side. Only 8 at bats on the season against left-handers.
He had an 8-pitch at bat against Woody Williams back in the first inning. And he waves at a pitch in the dirt. Strike 3. So Gotay a little over anxious there, and Wheeler strikes him out to end the inning. Second strikeout for Wheeler. We go to the bottom of the 10th, still tied at 3. Well, after some thunderstorms earlier in the day here in Houston, a beautiful sunset out beyond the glass windows in left field. Time for the results of the Toyota text poll of the game. We asked whether Willie Randolph was correct in sitting Jose Reyes down last night, and overwhelmingly you said yes. Remember, we'll be running text polls all year long. Reyes has a couple of hits at a stolen base tonight, but the Mets have been unable to get him home on a couple of occasions late in the game now. And so it's 3-3 as we go to the bottom of the 10th. And again, Willie Randolph only allowing Feliciano to face one batter by not double switching him in. And so it's Guillermo Mota who pitches the bottom of the 10th. Mota pitched a 1-2-3 inning last night in the 8th inning. And we'll see how he fares on the second of back-to-back days. The last time he pitched the second of back-to-back days, he got lit up in Colorado. They'll take on 8, 9, and 1 in the batting order. Brad Ausmus, Mike Lamb, and Craig Biggio, the 3 scheduled hitters for the Astros, in the bottom of the 10th. The Astros have played 11 extra inning games already this year, gone 5-6. The Mets have played 7 extra inning games, going 4-3. There's Mike Lamb, who will be up second in the inning, hitting in that 9 hole.
Well, Mota stalking around the mound as he always does. Way out there, almost to second base, where he likes to rub up the ball like a big cat.
Speaking of big guys, Prince Fielder hit another home run, his second of the night.
How many?
29.
That's awesome.
I think it ties him with A-Rod for the major league lead, right? That kid he's got a lot of size to him. Brad Ausmus happy to see Tom Glavin out of the game, takes a strike. Ausmus 0 for 3 tonight. Of course, he hasn't fared much better against Mota, looking at those numbers.
Like, get out of town, Mets.
Mota misses away with the fastball, 1-1. Mets tied this game in the 7th inning on David Wright's home run. They've threatened in every inning since. 2-1. The Astros threatened in the bottom of the 9th with a couple of 2-out singles, but Feliciano came on to strike out Berkman and put an end to that threat.
Oh, he struck him out in 3 pitches.
Duca wants the fastball, and Ausmus fouls it off. 2-2.
Well, there's his first batter's face. That's 16 at bats.
It's not particularly good. That's 5 hits and a walk in 17 plate appearances.
Well, in a tie ball game, particularly on the road, it's very critical.
And now he's gone full to Ausmus, 3-2. And funny enough, Ausmus, who's not a great offensive player, has been up among the league leaders this year, getting on base, leading off innings. His on-base percentage leading off innings this year is .444, one of the top marks in the league.
Well, we've got a 3-2 count here, Gary. He threw his first changeup and missed badly here. He's thrown in these 5-pitch counts so far 4 straight fastballs and missed badly with the changeup. See what happens here. I think he's going to come with the cheese here. He doesn't want to walk him.
3-2 to Ausmus, and he missed with the fastball, ball 4. Wow. Well, Mike Pelfrey hurt himself last night in the 5th inning, walking Ausmus leading off an inning, and now Mota has walked Ausmus leading off the bottom of the 10th inning.
Well, we'll see how Garner plays it with the left-hand hitting Mike Lamb.
Lamb has just had a long conference with the third base coach Doug Mansolino to see if he's being asked to bunt here.
I got to believe you're bunting here, Gary, with your top of the order coming up. Biggio, Pence, and Loretta. You've got to bunt him over.
Lamb has batted once in this game, and he broke his bat and grounded out to second base. Mets are hedging. Wright's not that far in at third. Now he comes charging as Mota throws to first to try and find out if Lamb is going to give it away.
Well, Lamb just gave it away. He just turned around and squared around before Mota even started his stretch, and it enabled David to come in.
Yep, so now Wright is a little further in. Now Lamb gives himself up, and he lays off, and it's ball 1. You see Wright, who before the first throw to first base was at the edge of the grass, a lot farther in now, as Lamb has made clear his intentions.
You're at home, you've got to bunt over. Get the runner, the winning run in scoring position.
Lamb bunts it hard down to first. Delgado looks at second, but takes the out at first. 3-4 on the sacrifice, and now the potential winning run is in scoring position with 1 out.
Well, he did the right thing there with Wright down his throat, and Delgado having to hold the runner on. There's no option other than the bunt to Delgado. Nicely done.
So now the game on the line for Mota. A base hit could win it for the Astros. Craig Biggio 1 for 4 tonight. Has driven in 29 runs this year. .313 big league hits. And Mota misses away with the fastball, 1-0.
And Biggio hitting .240 with runners in scoring position this year and 75 at bats.
Better than 41,000 yelling. And Mota falls behind 2-0. First base is open. You've got the rookie Hunter Pence waiting on deck.
Well, that's the classic example of not letting the veteran beat you no matter what the rookie is doing back there behind the on-deck circle, which is number 2 in the league in hitting.
See if Mota challenges him on 2-0. He threw him a changeup, and it's 2-1.
Well, LaDuca's going to go out and talk to him here, and this is a 2-0 combio changeup. And completely full Biggio.
Well, that ball had a lot of movement.
He's getting a lot of sink on his changeup tonight, Gary. It's a complete 100% reversal of atmosphere here from the light air of Denver to the humidity here in Houston. And it's inside this dome stadium, too. Very humid.
See, Biggio's never had a hit against Mota. 2-1 the count. And Biggio lays off that changeup, and it's 3-1.
Well, if you're going to throw a 1-1 changeup and a 2-1 changeup, well, you got to throw a 3-1 changeup. Open base. Remember, Oswalt tomorrow, Gary. It's a big game for the Mets.
They've rallied from 3 runs down to tie. They've had their chances to go in front, have not been able to. Now they're trying to stave off the Astros. Biggio swings and misses at the changeup, 3-2.
Well, he did throw the 3-1 change, and it was ball 4. Biggio, I believe, looking for a fastball. Why not on 3-1? Now he'll go to hitting.
Will you come back with the change on 3-2?
Just don't make a mistake with him. I got to believe he is. Let's see where LaDuca sets up.
And the fastball in there for a call, strike 3. So Biggio was had. After Mota set him up with all those changeups, he got him looking at the fastball, 2 down.
You're absolutely right. He set him up. Caught him looking for the changeup, and he knew it.
2 down.
We've seen LaDuca do that so much in the game that he calls. That was outstanding.
So now LaDuca providing a little encouragement for Mota and maybe a little scouting report on Pence as well, who Mota has never seen before.
This is the guy right here, Gary, where you're going to run up that changeup sinking in the dirt, because Pence does not let too many pass. He is a free swinger.
Let me correct that. Mota faced Pence last night, got him to fly out. Pence is 0 for 4 tonight, but he's lined out twice, and he's also contributed with a great throw from center field to gun down LaDuca in the 9th. And Mota misses low and away. First base continues to be open. You've got Mark Loretta standing on deck. And Loretta has done very well against Mota in the past. Ausmus at second and 2 down. 2-0 to Pence. There's Loretta waiting to follow. The Mets 3 runs, 9 hits. The Astros 3 runs, 7 hits. We're in the bottom of the 10th. Mota trying to work around the leadoff walk to Ausmus. Chop to third. Wright's got it. Makes the toss, and we move to the 11th. Nice recovery by Mota after the leadoff walk. After the sacrifice, strikes out Biggio, gets Pence on the grounder. It's on to the 11th with Beltran, Wright, and Delgado coming up. In 2007, Hyundai, the Mets, and SNY are teaming up to strike out cancer. For every K the Mets pitching staff registers, Hyundai, the Mets, and SNY will make a donation to the Hope and Heroes Children's Cancer Fund. If you'd like to help, please go to www.hopeandheroes.org. 11th inning, Mets and Astros tied 3-3. Carlos Beltran leads off against Dan Wheeler, who starts his 2nd inning. It's been a very rough night for Beltran, 0 for 4, and he's not had the ball out of the infield. And he takes ball 1 from Wheeler. 8th inning, 2 out and 2 on.
Nope, the old slider got him downstairs. Good pitch by Qualls. And Carlos continues to struggle with runners in scoring position and 2 outs.
Taken inside, and now it's 2-0 to Beltran.
There's Carlos's average, which been kind of hovering between high 250s and low to mid 260s. He's been struggling.
And he takes a strike, 2-1. Beltran right now just 3 for his last 27. But he would love to crank one here in his old haunts. Gets under one and pops it up to shallow right. Chris Burke settling in under it. And Beltran retired one away.
That one was way up there. That was a high one.
You got those girders up under the roof, which they look reachable. I mean, it'd take a pretty good pop up.
That's way up there, I think, Gary. If someone hit that, I'd be surprised. I mean, someone like Kingman or Darrell would probably be the only guys I can think of.
Well, here's David Wright, whose home run in the 7th inning tied this game, and it's stayed tied since. And David loops one to shallow center, and that'll fall in for a base hit. So Wright has his 3rd hit of the night. He also hit a fly ball to the center field fence that was caught, so he's had a good night with the bat after going hitless in the first 2 games of the series.
Well, he fights off this fastball inside and just puts it right in the right place, and Wheeler's going to have to be very careful here. David has 18 stolen bases.
So a chunk of that bat go flying.
Very strong, Dave.
So here's Delgado, who's 2 for 3 and a walk tonight. He hit a 2-run homer back in the 5th after the Mets had gone hitless for the first 4 innings against Woody Williams. Mets have now had 10 hits tonight. Wright has 3 of them. Delgado has 2. David 18 for 19 stealing bases this year. And again, the Astros have that shift on. 3 infielders on the right side, and Ensberg playing straight up at 3rd. Delgado hit it through that open shortstop hole for a hit his last time up.
Well, David had a very short lead right there, and I think he was trying to sneak one there and didn't fool the veteran Wheeler. Took a very, very short lead and was probably going to try to get a good jump and steal it.
Interesting about this defensive formation. Normally with 3 infielders on the right side, the second baseman will play back. But in this double play situation, Biggio is playing rather shallow at second base. Not at the back of the dirt, but right there 2/3 of the way. Delgado takes inside 1-0.
And I haven't seen a pitching staff hold our Met runners as close as this Houston club has. I mean, you got 18 stolen bases, only caught once. You're not going to be sneaking any stolen bases anymore. And of course, David stole over 20 last year.
It's had 2 steals in the first game of the series, Reyes and Leday. They have 1 tonight from Reyes. Of course, David wasn't on base the first 2 games of the series. Delgado's homer in the 7th. In the 5th was his 14th of the year. And he takes a good fastball for a strike, 1-1.
Well, Mets down 3-0. Woody Williams threw a fastball right down Broadway for Delgado, and that was a big clutch home run right there with the Mets down 3-0, struggling, put him right back in the ball game.
Now we're in the top of the 11th, tied at 3. The outfield playing very deep, and no doubles defense with the go-ahead run at first.
You see Ausmus taking a peek down the first base line, very wary of David.
Not going, and Delgado hits it in the air to right field. Playable for Burke. And that's the second out as Wright retreats to first. So 2 away. And here's Paul LaDuca.
Well, it's an opportunity now with Delgado out of the way now. David can probably, with 2 outs, try to steal one. LaDuca, not a power hitter, a good 2-strike hitter, good line drive hitter. Set up a situation for Paul or to a base hit to put the Mets ahead. But I think Wheeler's just going to hold him tight.
Well, LaDuca used to being the number 2 hitter and allowing Reyes to steal. Here in the 6th hole, maybe can take some pitches to allow Wright to steal. It's not going, and LaDuca takes a fastball for a strike.
Much bigger lead this time. Much more aggressive lead by David.
LaDuca is 0 for 4. Has hit the ball on the ground 4 times in a row. Last time up, he reached on a fielder's choice, then tried to go first to third on Sean Green's hit to center, and was thrown out by Hunter Pence to end that 9th inning rally. And Wheeler spending a lot of time on David Wright.
Rightly so.
Trevor Miller, the left-hander, Dave Borkowski, the right-hander in that Houston bullpen. Oh, and 1 to LaDuca. And ball fouls it away. 0-2. Willie Wagner getting ready in the Mets bullpen, presumably only if the Mets get a lead. Mota threw 17 pitches in the 10th inning. Although with the heart of the batting order coming up for the Astros in the bottom of the 11th, maybe Willie would go to Wagner right there. But then you'd have to be willing to pitch him 2 innings.
I know. And do you want to spend him when you need a saver on the road?
Well, if you bring your closer in a tie game on the road, you're basically giving yourself 1 chance to win the game with your closer in the game. And that's only if you get 2 innings out of it. Harder throw by Wheeler. Right is back.
Willie still has Joe Smith.
Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez, Kevin Burkhardt with you from Minute Maid Park in Houston. Mets and Astros tied 3-3 in the 11th. Mets were down 3-0 in this game. Home runs by Delgado and Wright got them even. Now batting in the 11th with Wright at first and 2 out. Wright runs. LaDuca fouls it off. Tom Glavin started tonight with the first 7. The Mets got him off the hook, but unable to get him a go-ahead run and a chance for a 298th career victory.
And Tom went 7 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, all earned, 1 walk and 1 strikeout. A strong outing.
Woody Williams, a strong start to the Astros, 7 2/3. He allowed 3 runs and 5 hits. The game's now in the hands of the bullpen. Former Met Dan Wheeler pitching for Houston. 0-2 to LaDuca. Struck him out with a slider. Wheeler strikes out LaDuca. That's his 3rd strikeout in 2 innings of work. And the Mets are down in the top of the 11th. A hit and 1 left. Part of the batting order coming up for Houston in the bottom of the 11th. Still tied 3-3. After the final out is made, stay tuned for Nissan Postgame Live on SNY, presented in high definition by IO Digital Cable, the leader in HD. Do you see in HD? The Braves lost this afternoon in San Diego, and so the Mets at this particular moment lead the Braves by 2.5 games, have a chance to go up by 3 if they can win tonight. The Phillies are back underway in Colorado after a long rain delay and leading the Rockies 3-1 in the bottom of the 2nd. They start the night 4.5 behind the Mets. Guillermo Mota, who issued a leadoff walk in the 10th and got out of the jam, stays on to pitch the 11th. And he'll take on the heart of the Houston batting order, Mark Loretta, Carlos Lee, and Morgan Ensberg, 3 right-hand batters.
And Loretta 0 for 4 tonight. And Mota has a very good sinking changeup tonight, and he always has the good fastball. We kind of wish up here he'd throw it more. He throws very hard.
Loretta's hit the ball in the air all 4 times up tonight. And he takes off the plate for Mota with the fastball 1-0. Loretta's got good career numbers against Mota, 4 hits and 8 at bats. Mets have used 4 pitchers tonight. There's a fastball for a strike. Glavin went the first 7. Aaron Howman an inning and 2/3. Pedro Feliciano, 1 very important batter in the 9th. And now Mota starting his 2nd inning. And Loretta takes the changeup low, 2-1.
It's a heck of a ball game here, and the crowd very, very quiet.
They have to be encouraged to make noise here. I mean, mean, you remember in the Astrodome, they used to have the exploding scoreboard.
Yes. El Duque. Starting pitchers have to bide their time in between starts.
Well, especially you got the All-Star break coming up, and he doesn't have another start. Used to be starting pitchers could be used in relief the day before the All-Star break, which will be tomorrow. Bounce foul. You don't see that much anymore.
Well, there was a day, Gary, it was commonplace when you had so many pitchers that would have 20 appearances in relief and 20 starts. That's no more.
But sometimes even your aces. I mean, I recall seeing Seaver and Kuzman pitch in relief the last day before the All-Star break because it was one of those all-hands-on-deck kind of days. Over the mound, tough play for Reyes to his left, gobbles it up, makes the throw in time. Beautiful play by Reyes, going far to his left, and then the quick throw to get Loretta one away.
Well, you are absolutely correct. A high bouncer over Mota's head, and Reyes on the run. Beautiful arm, nice play.
I mean, that's a tough enough play if the ball comes up, but they have to go down and get that ball after going so far.
Well, go down and get it in the throw on the run, as you said. He's running towards the right field foul pole. Has to throw sidearm and had mustard on it. Well, he can just play short.
So 1 out and nobody on. And now Carlos Lee. Lee is 2 for 3 and a walk. And he takes a changeup for a strike. The only time he's been retired tonight. He had a searing line drive in the 9th inning, and David Wright made a leaping grab to get him out. Oda comes inside with the fastball, 1-1.
And they're going to pitch him very carefully. He is the one bat in this line of 16 bombs.
You got Morgan Ensberg on deck. And Moda again works him inside with the fastball, 2-1. Lee has a home run in his career against Moda, 1 for 4. In the air to deep right center field. Back goes Beltran, going back near the wall. He makes the catch. Some 415 feet from home plate. Lee making a bid for a walk-off home run, but he hit it to the wrong part of the ballpark and to the wrong center fielder.
And the wrong time of the ball game, or nothing over your head. He was right on this pitch. And Carlos ranging all the way over there to that Reliant Energy sign. Anywhere else in this ballpark, that ball's out of here. That was crushed.
Even if he had hit it a little further to the left and had been up the hill, it would have at least been a tougher play and might have landed.
Right.
2 out and nobody on. Here's Morgan Ensberg. So 2 nice defensive plays for the Mets here in the 11th.
Well, we're going to see the swing. Oh, change up outer half, and he was sitting on it. And you can see his, not too disappointed, just shucks.
Thinking, why did I sign here?
That's out in Milwaukee.
I signed here to hit balls to the short porch and left, not to center. On the outside corner to Ensberg, 1-1. Actually, the real answer was he signed here because he got $100 million for 6 years. A nice payday. Ensberg a single and a double. He's driven in 2 runs. Moda not afraid to throw that fastball inside here in the 11th. It's 2-1.
Well, against the right-hand hitters, Gary, you know he's throwing inside, but not for strikes. He's just dusting them off the plate a little bit to set up the changeup or the fastball away.
You don't want to give Ensberg anything he can pull into that short porch and left. Fastball away, and it's 3-1. Moda trying to finish off a 2nd inning of relief and send it on to the 12th. Right guard in the line at 3rd. The outfield playing deep, no doubles. Ensberg swings over the changeup, 3-2.
Oh, you kind of knew that was coming, didn't you? And this is a perfect 3-1 pitch. Starts out a strike, fades down, and Ensberg out in front.
I remember with Biggio, he set him up with a changeup and got him with the fastball.
I don't think he'll do it to this guy. This guy's the dead red hitter.
Duca sets up away. 3-2. Dribbled the fastball foul.
Mota always stalks around that mound.
Covers a lot of ground with those long legs of his, and he can make the baseball disappear with those big hands.
Like a big old giraffe back there with those long legs.
Decided didn't like the feel of that ball, so gets a new one from Tony Randazzo.
Look at his hands. J.R. Richards had the biggest hands I've ever seen in a pitcher. Of course, J.R. a great career here with Houston when they were at the Dome.
3-2 to Ensberg with 2 out.
Fastball away.
In the air, but foul. Got out ahead of that one.
Well, Ensberg knows that was a pitch to hit out, and he's just been too quick. Boy, when you go bad and you lose your confidence, you just don't have the faith in the quickness of your hands. And stuff like that happens. You just get a fastball to drive, and you pull it 40 feet foul. Fastball away.
And it's in there for a call. Strike 3. Ensberg down looking, and Mota has retired 6 in a row. That's his 2nd strikeout. So Mota gets the job done in relief. We go to the 12th. Sean Green will lead it off for New York.
Well, welcome back to Houston, Minute Maid Park, and you can see we're in the top of the 12th, 3-3 ball game. Guillermo Mota finishing 2 innings of relief of shutout ball. The Mets need this ball game, Gary.
And Dave Borkowski takes over the pitching for the Astros as we go to the 12th. Borkowski making his 2nd appearance of the series. Pitched 2 innings in the game on Thursday night. Allowed a Carlos Beltran home run. A little surprised they didn't bring in the lefty Trevor Miller. You got Green and Leday coming up. At the top of the 12th.
Does that show you the confidence that he has in his left-handers in the bullpen? Phil Gardner?
Maybe. I guess Borkowski, along with Qualls, has been one of his best relievers.
Well, let's give the folks the numbers on the 2 lefties after this pitch.
And Green takes a strike, 1-1.
Trevor Miller is 0-0 with a 6.95 earned run average in 45 appearances. Mark McLemore only has 5 appearances, but he's 0-0 with a 7.94.
That's not good.
That'll get you a gun shy.
That's not the Mark McLemore,
right?
Former infielder.
No,
this is a different Mark McLemore.
That'll get you gun shy. I mean, he's already used his 2 best relievers in Qualls and Wheeler.
Green taps one toward the middle. Biggio to his right. Backhand pickup, but he can't make the good throw. That ball floated out of Biggio's hand and took a long time to get to first base. And Green able to beat it out for an infield hit.
Well, good hustle by Sean Green here, and Biggio running a long way. You're right. Just didn't have much on it, but I tell you what, Sean Green just hustled out of that box. And that may be the difference in this ball game here now. You never know. Leday will probably be bunting.
You got the pitcher due next. You got right-hand hitters on the Mets bench. Valentin and Newhand have already been used, so it's all right-hand bats available. The bat for Mota, who did a terrific job in relief tonight. Leday set to swing away, and he takes a strike. Well, you had Ensberg charging along the line at third. Let's see what Leday's asked to do here.
A lot of times managers will give the hitter a strike.
Well, he's got a strike.
He's swinging. Nope.
Bunts the curveball. Nicely done. Borkowski throws to Biggio covering. 1-4 on the sacrifice, moving Green down to second with the go-ahead run. So Leday with a nice bunt. And now Julio Franco will bat for Mota.
A tough pitch to bunt to, a down-breaking curveball. A good sharp breaking curveball that broke down. Nice. Deadened it nicely.
So Franco will be the pinch hitter. Remember that the Mets right now, at least for today, and it probably will change tomorrow when Dave Williams is activated. Today the Mets have 3 catchers, which means that Ramon Castro could be used as a pinch hitter. But Willie will opt to stay with his more experienced pinch hitting option and go with Franco. Julio hitting 184. And he takes ball 1 for Borkowski. Last night Franco pinch hit in the 8th inning and hit the ball very well to the wall in right field. He's had some hard hit balls lately. He just hasn't had any hits. Trying to pick up Green from second with the go-ahead run with Reyes on deck. Foul back. Good cut by Franco. 1-1.
Good cut by Julio.
Trevor Miller, the left-hander, in the bullpen. And the right-hander is Matt Albers. One and 1 to Franco. And Julio takes a strike at the knees. 1-2.
Well, we'll say one thing about home plate umpire Tony Randazzo. He's been calling that borderline strike knees all night long. He has been consistent with it. If they're consistent, you have no problem, and it's not low enough where it's a tough pitch to hit.
Billy Wagner hoping for a save chance. Scott Schoenweiss ready in case he doesn't get one. Franco batting with Green at second and 1 out against the journeyman right-hander Dave Borkowski. And he takes it off the inside corner. 2-2. Julio 6 for 25 as a pinch hitter. Borkowski is 30 years old. He's bounced around from Detroit to Baltimore and Houston. He's never spent a full season in the major leagues.
I think they're changing signs there, Gary. Called in Mark Loretta. I think they felt Leday may have had the sequence, and they're going to change it altogether. It's too critical part of the ball game to take a chance.
2-2 to Franco. And he lays off the slider. 3-2. First base is open. So Borkowski has one to play with there, but you got Reyes on deck, and of course he's almost impossible to double up from the left side.
Well, I think you want to get Franco, and then they're going to walk Reyes, and then Reyes is not going to beat him. It's going to have to be Gotay.
Let's see whether they bring in the lefty at that point. 3-2 on the way. Bounced slowly. Foul. Came off the foot of Franco. And it's still 3-2. You mentioned it several times tonight, Keith. This crowd for a close ball game has been dead silent.
It's almost like they sapped the energy out of my body. It's just, I can't believe it. This is a good ball game.
You have plenty of energy for all of us.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Franco trying to summon up the energy here against Borkowski with the game on the line here in the 12th. Three 2 to Julio. Line the other way. Base hit. Green turns third. He'll be waved home. Burke with the throw, and now Green goes back. Wisely so. That ball was hit so hard by Franco that Green tried to score. He would have been out by a mile. And he was being waved by Sandy Alomar, it appeared to me, and Green stopped on his own.
I agree. He was being waved by Sandy, and Green wisely, this ball's ripped, number one. And it's a perfect throw by Burke. What a gun here. And I just think that Shawn Green felt with his speed and the ball hit that hard, he didn't have a chance.
Yeah, Sandy was waving him, not emphatically, but you saw that left hand. He was waving him.
And
he was tentative about it.
Yes, he was.
But Green served as his own third base coach there, and it's a good thing he did. He would have been out by 20 feet.
He would have been dead to rights.
So now the Mets are a fly ball away from grabbing the lead. Phil Garner's on the way out to the mound. Looks like he wants the left-hander to face Reyes. Reyes has hit .356 as a right-hand batter this year, but that's the way Garner wants to go. So Reyes, on whom all the focus was when the night began, now has a chance to give the Mets the lead in the 12th. Borkowski will exit. Trevor Miller will come on to face Reyes with the game on the line in the 12th inning. Well, when we began this night, all the conversation was about Jose Reyes and the fact that he was benched last night by Willie Randolph in the 8th inning for failing to run out a ground ball. And isn't it sweet that here we are in the 12th inning, and now, as my old partner Bob Murphy used to say, in this game of redeeming features, Jose Reyes has a chance to be the hero against the left-hander Trevor Miller.
Yes, and you look at Miller's numbers in 45 games, and from .264 hitting left-handers, .351 right-handers.
And they have to bring the infield in because Reyes is so tough to double up. Reyes batting right-handed, 2 for 5 tonight. And he pulls the first pitch on the ground to Ensberg, and he gets the out at first. That's the second out as Franco moves up to second. So Reyes first pitch swinging, can't get the ball through the infield, and now it's going to be left up to Ruben Gotay.
Well, Gotay now, we mentioned. Oh, here's the play right here. Right at the third baseman. Green just barely got back. So Shawn Green has done 2 good base running, back-to-back base running plays. Disappointed Reyes there.
So now it's left to Gotay, who's had very few right-handed at-bats, and he takes inside ball 1. As Keith mentioned, just 8 right-handed at-bats this season, 1 for 8 from this side of the plate.
He's a natural left-hand hitter.
He's 1 for 5 tonight, trying to get Green home with the go-ahead run. You got Damian Easley sitting on the bench, available as a right-hand hitter who could go in at second base, but Willie opting to stay with Gotay. And now he's got himself a 2-0 advantage against Trevor Miller. Green at third, Franco at second. Good changeup by Miller. 2-1. 34-year-old Trevor Miller.
I'm a bit surprised, Gary. You mentioned with Easley on the bench, a right-hand hitter, that Willie did not go to Easley to pinch hit.
And Gotay takes a fastball strike.
You know, even if they walk easy to load the bases, you've got your number 3 hitter in Beltran up, who's hit better from the right side on this road trip.
So now Miller trying to thwart the Mets in the 12th. Two to Gotay. Struck him out. Trevor Miller gets Reyes and Gotay, and the Mets strand 2. The Mets have threatened in every inning from the 8th on, but have been unable to get the lead run home.
He's got it.
We go to the bottom of the 12th, tied at 3. Willie Randolph sticking with Ruben Gotay, but Gotay couldn't get the job done as a right-hand batter. And the Mets have stranded runners in every inning from the 8th through the 12th.
7 total.
Scott Schoenweis comes on to pitch the bottom of the 12th.
Well, Scott Schoenweis finally gave up a run on the road up in that Denver series. He had gone the whole year with a sterling ERA 0.000 ERA on the road. Of course, having difficulties at home. He's called on here to hold the fort.
You'll have a right-hand hitter, Chris Burke, leading off. Then you got the pitcher's spot. And And they've got all left-handed bats on the bench. Luke Scott, Orlando Palmeiro, and Eric Munson, the three available for Phil Garner. What Garner's hoping right now is that Burke can get on to start the inning, and then he'll let Miller stay in to try and bunt, because Miller's standing on deck right now. Burke tonight is 2 for 4. He tripled in a run in the 4th. That's the last run the Astros scored. They got 3 runs in the 4th off Tom Glavin. The Mets tied it on home runs by Delgado and Wright. The Mets have been threatening to win it ever since, but have been unable to do so. And Burke takes ball 1 from Schoenweiss. Well, Chris Burke with that strong throw from right field in the top of the inning, helping keep the Mets off the board. And he lines one into right center for a base hit. Over goes Green to cut it off. Burke with a wide turn will hold on at first with a leadoff single. 3rd hit of the night for Chris Burke. And the Astros have the leadoff man on for the 2nd time in extra innings.
Well, good hitting right here by Mr. Burke. Stayed level on a fastball away, right into right center field. Sets up the sacrifice situation here. Makes a real hard turn.
Except it's not going to be Miller, even though he was on deck. It's going to be Orlando Palmeiro to pinch hit. Palmeiro, who has been a prime pinch hitter for the Astros and before that for the Angels. And veteran left-handed batter.
You never know what Garner's going to do, too. Phil likes to roll the dice. Manager of the Astros. Joe Smith up in the bullpen quickly, in a hurry.
So Palmeiro and Schoenweiss, who used to be teammates in Anaheim, square off here. Wright plays in at 3rd looking for the bunt. Palmeiro squares and takes a strike. You got Brad Ausmus, the number 8 hitter, on deck, and behind him Mike Lamb hitting 9th. And Palmeiro gave it away as Schoenweiss threw to first. Palmeiro was squaring on the bat.
Well, that's always a good thing for pitchers to do. And you look at Joe Smith. He's digging in right now, but he's been just rapid firing. It's always good for a starter, a pitcher to throw over, to have the hitter give away the bunt.
And Palmeiro, did he offer at it? They check at 3rd. No. Larry Vanover, the umpire at 3rd, said no bunt attempt. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, it's a slider. Watch him bring it back. Ooh.
I'm not sure.
Very close. That could have gone either way.
That's a big call, since instead of 0-2, it's now 1-1. And the bunt is still on. And he bunts it to right. He looks at 2nd, but takes the play at 1st. Awkward bunt by Palmeiro on that ball bearing in on him, but he got it down. Sacrifice 5-4 moves the potential winning run to 2nd.
Well, he almost hit him in the hands here, just trying to get out of the way of that ball. David's there. Had a quick look and decided to play it safety first.
So now you got Brad Ausmus coming up. First base open. Left-hand hitter on deck in Mike Lamb. No right-hand hitters on the bench. So we'll see how the Mets go about it here. You could walk Ausmus, go after Lamb, and then bring in Smith to face the top of the order with all those right-hand hitters. But it looks like they're going to pitch to Ausmus.
I just don't think he wants Biggio to get an at bat in this inning against a left-hander, Gary.
Right, but if the inning got that far, you could bring in Smith. You walked Ausmus
you could bring in Smith.
Pitch to Lamb, then you could bring in Smith for Biggio.
And you've got Seeley and Wagner left in your pen.
But here you see how much room Wright had.
He had a shot.
Yeah. Didn't want to take that gamble. And Ausmus takes a good fastball for a strike.
I see so many hitters in this series taking, when these relievers come in, taking a first pitch fastball with men on base, scoring position.
Ausmus hitting just 175 with runners in scoring position. He takes way inside. 1-1. Bottom of the 12th, Mets 3, Astros 3. The outfield playing a little deeper than you'd expect with that winning run at second, and Ausmus, a singles hitter at the plate. And he waves at the slider. Good pitch by Schoenweiss, 1-2.
Well, Sean Green's playing shallow. I like where he's situated. Beltran covers a lot of ground.
I mean, Ausmus isn't going to hit the ball over your head, at least not generally. But you'd like to be able to make a clean throw to the plate on a base hit to the outfield. Burke carrying the winning run at second. 1-2. Slash and foul. Good fastball by Schoenweiss, and Ausmus wasting it away. Brad Ausmus, 37 years old. Not too many everyday catchers age 37 in the big leagues. There goes Burke. The pitch high, and Burke steals third without a throw.
Oh, wow.
Schoenweiss ignored him, and now the Astros are a fly ball away from winning the game. Huge stolen base for Chris Burke, his 6th of the year.
Well, now you might be inclined here. That is totally everybody caught by surprise, and Jose Reyes was not asleep. He was right behind him. That's just a heads-up play.
Schoenweiss never looked at him. Now the infield in, the outfield in. 2-2. Popped up foul and out of play. The outfield now playing only as deep as they can throw home. A fly ball wins the game. And Schoenweiss badly in need of a strikeout. Mets 3, Astros 3, bottom of the 12th. Ausmus grounds it to short. The runner will hold. Reyes makes the play, 2 down. So Schoenweiss gets a king-sized out as Ausmus is retired. Burke holding at third. And now it's left to Mike Lamb, left-hand hitter against Schoenweiss.
Well, Schoenweiss to the breaking ball. And Lamb, Burke is not going to go with the infield in. He's not going to get himself thrown out at the plate.
So now the infield and the outfield can back up with 2 out. And here is Lamb, who's been up twice after coming in on a double switch. He's grounded out and sacrificed. And Lamb takes the fastball inside and low.
Just a big pitch by Schoenweiss there to get Ausmus. Came with a hard slider down and in. Jammed him.
Lamb is 2 for 10 against Schoenweiss with a home run. And Schoenweiss falls behind 2-0. He's got bases to work with here. The only run that matters is Burke standing at third. But if Lamb were to walk here, you probably see Joe Smith come on to face Biggio. Schoenweiss behind 2-0. Bouncer foul. 2-1. Lamb hasn't had all that many at-bats against lefties this year, but he has hit them well when he's had a chance. 28 at-bats, hitting .357 against lefties. 2-1 pitch. Pulled foul. That was close. 2-2.
Well, I got to believe a slider's coming here.
Delgado not near the line because a single wins the game. So if he keeps that ball fair, that's a game winner.
Pretty much straight up.
2-2 to Lamb. And the slider misses. 3-2. With those bases open, do you stay with the slider on 3-2?
Lefty in to get a lefty out? We'll see. I mean, he's out of the ball game. It doesn't get this guy out.
3-2. And it missed inside. Did he swing? He did not. Larry Vanover says no swing. And now the Astros have runners at first and third, and Craig Biggio coming up, and we'll see what Willie Randolph does. He's got Joe Smith ready in the bullpen.
Well, fastball in here, Gare, and I don't believe he swung. Nope. Good call by Larry Vanover at third base.
So that'll be all for Schoenweiss. Willie makes the sign. It'll bring in Joe Smith to pitch to Craig Biggio, with the potential winning run standing on third. We're in the bottom of the 12th. Mets and Astros tied 3-3, and Joe Smith coming on to try and keep it tied. It's been a problem lately for Joe Smith trying to strand inherited runners, but he'll try and strand the winning run as he comes on here in the 12th.
Well, his fourth appearance on this road trip, gave up the grand slam in Colorado. In trouble with first batters, Gary.
Well, first batters hitting a whopping 361. They'll be facing Biggio for the first time. Biggio 1 for 5 tonight. Came up in a big spot in the 10th inning. And he struck out looking against Guillermo Mota. The winning run is at third. That's Chris Burke. Mike Lamb is at first. Delgado can play behind him. His run doesn't matter.
Fastball in.
And he throws it behind him and hit him. And Biggio, who's been hit more times than any batter in history, gets hit with Smith's first pitch, and the bases are loaded. Well, all that does is take away any margin for error.
Well, you don't want to see your reliever on a fastball in miss that badly, Gary.
Well, barely nicked him on the back of the cap.
That wasn't even close. And now Hunter Pence, who's had a tough night here, 0-for-5 with a run scored.
Bases loaded, 2 down. Bottom of the 12th. Mets 3, Astros 3, and the rookie sensation Hunter Pence hitting at .341. Rookie versus rookie with the game on the line. Fastball strike, 0-1.
Well, there's that low strike zone for home plate umpire Tony Randazzo, but he's been consistent the whole game.
Pence is 0 for 5 tonight. And the slider, he fouls it away. Pence takes some ugly cuts. And now Smith has him in a 2-strike hole.
Look at this. It almost hit him and he swung. That's ugly.
He's got that front foot tapping and down early and off balance. Now Joe Smith ahead 0-2. He struck him out. Joe Smith strikes out Hunter Pence on 3 pitches to send this game on to the 13th inning. Big work by Joe Smith, striking out his fellow rookie. Pence is down, and we move on. Now Rick Peterson congratulating Joe Smith on a major step out of trouble.
Well, it started out poorly as he threw a sinker behind Biggio and hit him, and then he turned right around in 3 pitches and struck out Pence.
Chris Burke moves from right field to second base. Orlando Palmeiro, who pinch hit, will stay in the game in right field, and on to pitch for the Astros is right-hander Matt Albers. He'll go in the number 1 spot as Biggio comes out of the game.
Well, there's Albers' numbers, and again, we talked about that bullpen of Houston. That's been a big problem for them, and that's going to be very difficult for them to overcome when you have a bullpen like that. Worst in the National League.
Well, Joe Smith hoping now that the Mets can get him a run and possibly get him a win. Albers, who was a starting pitcher throughout his minor league career and started a couple of games for the Astros last year, works to the heart of the Mets batting order in the 13th. Beltran, Wright, and Delgado. And Carlos takes a curveball for ball 1. It's been a tough night for Beltran, 0 for 5. And now just 3 for his last 28.
Well, we saw Albers in the first game. He threw 1 inning of relief.
There's a strike, 1-1.
Throws hard, got a good hard curveball, but the command is not there.
And Beltran rips the curveball foul. 1-2.
And Carlos has just been out in front. I'd like to count on this road trip how many balls he's pulled from the left side of the plate. Maybe I'll do it tonight when I hit the sack, and I'll have it for you tomorrow.
It's like counting sheep. And he pulls this one right along the line, but that's where Lamb is playing. One away. So Lamb playing right on the line, and that's properly situated for this point of the ball game.
And another ball pulled on the ground by Carlos on the left side.
He's now 0 for 6. Mets are playing their longest game of the year in terms of innings. They've gone 12 innings, but not 13 this year.
13 is the last frame I have in my scorecard, Gary.
What are you going to do?
I have some space to I can expand.
You're very adaptable. David Wright has 3 hits tonight, including the game-tying home run in the 7th that has led us to this point. And Wright with a big cut of the fastball, 1-1.
Oh, good sinker down and in right there. I think David 1-0 was going for downs here, and just a tough pitch to lift. Very tough pitch to lift.
Another one. Albers out in front, 1-2.
Same spot.
Albers has made 7 starts for the Astros this year. As Wright fouls it off. This is his 4th relief appearance. So he doesn't have a whole lot of experience coming out of the bullpen. Just 24 years old. A Houston native. Struck him out with a fastball. Well, he struck Wright out 2 nights ago, and he gets David again with that sinker, and they're 2 away.
Well, this is a sinker that has some plate, but it still got under his bat, had enough sink in it.
So 2 out and nobody on. Here's Delgado. 2 for 4, including a 2-run homer back in the 5th. His 14th of the year. And again, the Astros overshift against Delgado and leave the shortstop hole open.
Well, we'll take a look at Albers' delivery here. Look at his look at his stride. Big leg kick. Boy, does he get out there. He's got a good arm.
Grounded right into the shift, and Lamb makes the toss to Albers, and a 1-2-3 inning for Albers against the heart of the Mets batting order. Now the heart of the Houston order comes up in the bottom of the 13th against Joe Smith. We're on to the bottom of the 13th inning. The Mets and Astros have been tied 3-3 since the 7th. Mets were down 3-0 in this game. Carlos Delgado got them closer in the 5th inning with a 2-run bomb.
And it was a bomb.
And then David Wright, after congratulating Delgado, got them even.
Well, 2-0 fastball, heading to count. This was a line drive. Nice 5-iron.
Kevin Burkhardt with the call.
That's right, it was Kevin.
By the way, it's good practice for Kevin because he'll be doing that Cyclones game on Monday night.
Where is Kevin? Is he lost? Is he still here or did he go home?
Maybe he's on his way to Brooklyn. Monday night will be here before you know it. Mark Loretta leads off the home 13th against Joe Smith and takes inside.
Try and rile the crowd, Keith. It's not working.
Well, there you are.
There, where are you? Oh, I see you. Hey, buddy.
How are you?
How you doing?
You've been quiet for so long.
You can wave.
You got any more of Billy Wagner's friends on hand?
Might get to that point real soon.
Maybe Billy, who's been up about 6 times in this game, will finally get in the game. Loretta 0 for 5 tonight. He knocks the mask right off LaDuca's head with that foul ball, and it's 1-2. Well, LaDuca, after getting a couple of nights off, gets 13 innings to catch, at least so far.
Hanging slider right here. Good pitch to hit. And that just, this is your wake-up call.
Ding. It was 88 degrees this morning.
1-2 to Loretta. Bites that one off. Well, you know, the Mets played one of the very long games in their history in Houston. It was in April of 1968. The Mets and Astros played 24 innings at the Astrodome. The Mets lost that game 1-0.
Wow.
24 innings.
What pitching.
Loretta bounces it foul, and it was very early in the season. I'd have to look up the date, but I think it was April 14th of 1968, and you had guys in that game. Tommy Agee and Ron Swoboda go 0 for 10.
Oh, that's a terrible.
And that early in the season, it just kills your batting average.
Oh, devastating. I would never recover from it.
1-2 to Loretta. Grounded weakly to short. Reyes comes in. Double clutches, but makes the throw in time to get Loretta. One away. Well, the Mets are playing their longest game of the season so far in terms of innings, and it's been a fascinating night because at the beginning of the night all the focus was on Jose Reyes and the fact that he didn't run a ball out last night and he got benched, and when he played tonight, he played. Didn't run particularly hard the first 2 times he hit the ball, but he's got a couple of hits tonight. He had an opportunity to win the game, or at least give the Mets the lead in the 12th. So he's been a subplot. Tom Glavin went 7 innings trying for win number 298. But what it's evolved into is a vastly entertaining extra inning game.
And you wouldn't know it from this crowd here. This crowd is so sedate.
Mets have had all sorts of chances to get the lead in the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. Here's Carlos Lee. He hits one to right center field. Over toward the gap goes Beltran, and he runs it down. Well, Lee made a bid for a game-winning home run in the 11th, sending Beltran back to the fence in right center. This time trying for an extra base hit, and Beltran with those looping strides ran it down for the second out.
Well, pretty much the same part of the ballpark. Didn't hit this one as good. Got a little bit under it, but he was right on it. And Carlos, what you said it with those strides, just made that look easy. Put that right in his hip pocket.
So 2 out and nobody on, and now Morgan Ensberg, who's 2 for 5 on the night, and a 2-run double against Glavin back in the 4th, and he takes a fastball for a strike. Well, the last 3 times up, Lee has hit the ball very well without being rewarded. Remember, he hit that smoking line drive to third in the 9th that Wright caught. Ensberg fouls one off, and Smith ahead 0-2.
And Joe Smith is the 4th batter next inning for the Mets if the Mets get through this. And the only people remaining out there in that bullpen is Aaron Seeley and Billy Wagner.
Well, usually the game plan when you get to that point is to use your closer and save your innings guy. Seeley being the innings guy. Because once Wagner's done, you need someone who can go a long way if it goes long. A little bloop, shallow right. Gotay goes out and makes the grab, and a 1-2-3 inning for Joe Smith in the bottom of the 13th. The Mets will have LaDuca, Green, and Leday coming up in the 14th inning as we continue on 3-3 here in Houston. You always get concerned when you play these late games that the concession stands might run out of food before the game is over.
Do they stop serving alcoholic beverages here?
Sure, they must stop at some point, 7th inning or so. Met fans, some of them have made their way to Houston, and they're getting more than their money's worth tonight as we go to the 14th inning. And you know what you can look forward to after the Mets half of this inning?
Tell me.
The 14th inning stretch.
I never knew that.
Yes, you did. We had one at Shea last year. Don't you remember that 16-inning game? The one Beltran won with the home run off Ryan Madsen.
Was that your double homer call?
I don't believe it was. I believe that was the "we're going home" call.
You know I love your double homer call.
Now, who knows? Maybe there'll be an opportunity for one in the very near future. It's been a tough night for LaDuca. He's gone 0 for 5 and has not hit the ball out of the infield. Also got thrown out for the 3rd out of the 9th inning, trying to go 1st to 3rd on a hit. And he fouls that one off, and it's 0-2. He just fouled that ball off his leg. And so it's not bad enough. LaDuca gets cracked by foul balls behind the plate. Now he hits himself while at the plate.
Well, sinker down and in off the off the knee.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right knee. So he's already caught 13 innings, and now he fouls the ball off his knee. Good thing he had a couple of days off. By the way, the Rockies have just gone in front of the Phillies in the 5th inning. We're at Minute Maid Park in Houston. Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez, Kevin Burkhardt.
Look at the
cast of thousands.
Look at the length of those 2 names at the bottom. Keith Hernandez and Kevin Burkhardt. Long. Dwarf your name.
Landingham as LaDuca goes down swinging. So Matt Albers looking very impressive. He's retired all 4 hitters to face him, and that's his 2nd strikeout.
Well, look what they do in the scoreboard here when it gets deep. They just move the numbers down. It starts at the 6th inning now.
That's very confusing, I have to tell you. What, they couldn't pay for extra lights to be able to squeeze in a few extra innings? Come on, it's a state-of-the-art scoreboard. Got to be able to do better than that. Here's Sean Green, who's had a good night tonight. 2 hits. Probably his best move was serving as his own 3rd base coach in the 12th. That's a 4-3 in extra innings this year. The Astros are 5-6.
Oh, good fastball.
And it's 0-2 to Green.
Well, we told you about this Astro bullpen being the worst in the National League, and you wouldn't know it from tonight. Good high fastball up and in on Green.
Matt Albers, the 6th Houston pitcher tonight, and the curveball struck him out. Boy, he has been nasty. He's faced 5 batters, retired them all, and struck out 3.
Well, he's one of those guys with a great arm, good curveball. It's just a matter of him being consistent with those 2 pitches.
So Albers has come on and gotten the Mets in tidy fashion after the Mets had threatened every inning from the 8th through the 12th. Albers has kept them off the bases, and now Ricky Leday, who's 1 for 4 in a sacrifice tonight. And Leday swings and misses at the changeup.
And a changeup in his repertoire. You didn't know I spoke French.
Yes, I did. I've heard your French.
Oh,
the curveball in for a strike, and it's 0-2 to Leday. And Albers looking all world out there.
Jeez, he's getting all of his pitches over, and the ERA over just under 6.
Not tonight. 0-2 to Leday. Line shot right field. Moving over is Palmeiro to make the grab. Leday smoked it, and Palmeiro grabbed it. And the Mets are down 1-2-3 in the top of the 14th inning. Palmeiro helping out Albers on the first ball the Mets have hit hard against him. Chris Burke leads off the bottom of the 14th coming up. Well, Duque may get to pitch before this night is over. It's the bottom of the 14th inning. Chris Burke leads off against Joe Smith. And Burke gets drilled as he was up there trying to bunt, and he got nailed. And he tries to shake it off as he goes down to first base. Second batter that Joe Smith has hit tonight. He hit Biggio with the first pitch he threw when he came in the game. Did that get him right on the knee? Sounded like his kneecap.
Let's listen.
It's awfully hard to get out of the way when you're up there in bunting stance. So we'll see if Burke can continue, but whether he can or not, Joe Smith's got a problem. Leadoff man on in the bottom of the 14th. Phil Garner whispering to Burke, probably saying, steal a base. Well, Orlando Palmeiro is coming up. Palmeiro was set up to bunt in the 12th and did that successfully. And then stayed in the game in right field. See if he's asked to bunt again.
Let's see if Garner runs a little wrinkle here and lets him swing, a hit and run or something.
With the side arming right-hander in the game, perhaps he will.
Oh, he squared around.
Burke has 5 steals this year. So Joe Smith has hit 2 batters. He was able to work around that problem in the 12th by striking out Hunter Pence with the bases loaded. Wright creeping in at third. And a pitch out, but nothing's going on other than a sacrifice. And it's 1-0.
Make you wonder now, 1-0 count. Put a hit and run on a sinker ball pitcher, a left-hand hitter. Jose Reyes covers the bag. A big hole left open. It's a good pitcher to hit and run on to go the other way.
Palmeiro squares, bunts and misses, and it's 1-1. What buttons will old Scrap Iron push here? He bunts it. Wright will have to go to first with this one. 5-4 on the sacrifice, and again the Astros move that potential winning run into scoring position. Second sacrifice for Palmeiro in extra innings.
Well, he bunts at a ball, but you know what? You want to get the runner over, and it's a good bunt because David was breathing right down his throat, and nothing David can do there but get the out at first.
So the Astros are a base hit away from getting a win. And Brett Ausmus will be the batter. Ausmus 0 for 4 and a walk tonight.
Well, he had a chance to win the ball games back in the 12th. Runner on third, 1 out, and he grounded out to Jose Reyes with the infield in.
The reason he had that chance was because Burke stole third. So Smith better keep an eye on him here and make sure he doesn't do it again. 1-0 to Ausmus. You got the left-hand hitting Mike Lamb on deck. And behind Lamb is the pitcher spot hitting number 1. And Ausmus dribbles it foul. 1-1. So this inning is kind of set up the way Phil Garner would want it to be. Regardless of what Ausmus does here, he's got the left-hand hitter Lamb on deck, and then the pitcher spot, he's got left-hand hitters in the dugout with Luke Scott and Eric Munson. And the Mets have no warm-up action and no lefty to go to. Bouncing ball, slowly hit. Reyes coming on, and he throws out Ausmus as the potential winning run moves to third. So Burke is at third, but now there are 2 out. And let's see what the Mets do here. You got Lamb coming up. You got the pitcher spot due up next. So it's a matter of who do you want to pitch to. You want to pitch to Lamb or you want to pitch to Luke Scott?
And you see right, well, here's the play, the pitch right here. Sinker down and in. Jose Reyes charges. Routine play for him. And you see Ausmus just totally frustrated. LaDuca was looking, and Rick Peterson's going to come out to the mound here.
Well, LaDuca just made a sign as though he said, let's walk him. Well, I'm not sure now if they're going to or not. If Peterson's coming out, you've got Scott out on deck to pinch hit for the pitcher. Pretty good left-hand batter. There is Luke Scott. So Smith will work to Lamb. The Astros keep the bullpen working in case they need to use a pinch hitter and this game moves on. That's Brian Moeller, former starting pitcher, getting ready. So here's Lamb with the potential winning run at third and 2 out. And he takes the slider outside. Lamb came in this game in the 8th inning. He's grounded out, sacrificed, and walked 0 for 1. Let's play him maybe a step to left. And the slider in for a strike. And it's 1-1.
Well, who wants this game?
And Lamb takes the fastball off the plate, 2-1. Well, Joe Smith has already gotten out of one potentially game-ending jam in the 12th. Now trying to do it again here in the 14th. And now he's behind on Lamb, 3-1. And a walk doesn't really matter here. In fact, 2 walks wouldn't really matter. The only man that matters is the guy standing at third. That's Chris Burke. 3-1. And Lamb takes a strike. 3-2. Greg Biggio out of the game. Rooting on his team. 3-2 to Lamb. Inside ball 4. Now runners at first and third, and Luke Scott will come up to pinch hit, and Smith looks a little angry with himself.
Oh, I think Smith thought he had strike 3, Gary. But it didn't miss by much. Inside. Just missed.
Well, you know, that might pay off for the Mets in a way, because if Smith is able to get out of this inning, the Mets have just gotten Matt Albers out of the game.
Absolutely, and the only people left are Moeller and McLemore.
Moeller's up in the bullpen now, so if we go to the 15th, he'll be on. And this mass meeting at the mound, I imagine, to talk about what to do if Lamb takes off from first base. Of course, that run means nothing. That's Lamb. So now Luke Scott up to pinch hit with first and third and 2 out. Scott started the first 2 games of this series and went 0 for 5. He's now hitless in his last 10 at bats, hitting .228 on the year.
I'd be a little disinclined to have a defensive indifference here. The ball hit in the hole where you can get the force out is taken away. If Reyes has to make a long throw or Gotay.
But you certainly don't want to hold the runner on.
No.
Delgado's playing deep against the left-hand hitter. 1-0 to Scott. Yeah, that's a strike. 1-1.
Well, if you can look at the defense overhead here, you can see Gotay is not in double play depth at all. You see Ruben right here. If the ball hit to Jose Reyes, there's no way he's getting over to second base for the force if it's needed.
Way outside. Yuka saving a potential game-winning wild pitch. It's 2-1. Joe Smith came on in the 12th. Got a big out there, a 1-2-3 13th, but a hit batsman, a sacrifice, a ground out, and a walk that put the Astros in position. Scott hits it deep to center field. Beltran going back, going up the hill. Beltran falling, and he made the catch! An unbelievable play by Carlos Beltran, going up Towns Hill, 425 feet away. Spectacular play by Carlos Beltran to keep the game tied. Luke hit it as far as he could, and Beltran going up the hill to make the play. Like Jack and Jill, it's Beltran to the rescue. And we go to the 15th inning in Houston. What a play by Beltran. Carlos Beltran has been booed repeatedly in this ballpark. He's had a dreadful night at the plate, but he just saved the game.
Well, the difficulty, number 1, he got a great jump. Number 2, a long way to run. Number 3, how about the hill? That is as fine a catch. Look at the reaction of the Astros bench.
They were certain they had the game won. Joe Smith, thankful. Beltran vilified in Houston, and he just made himself more of a villain in this town.
That is as fine a catch as you're going to ever see.
Damian Easley will bat for Joe Smith, leading off in the top of the 15th inning. Easley hitting at .262. And he takes a strike from the new pitcher, Brian Moeller, as we check in with Kevin Burkhardt.
Keith, all the factors you just talked about on Beltran's catch, and consider that I just talked to him the other day about running up that hill, and he said he hadn't had to do it too many times when he was here, but the one thing you have to do is change your running stride. So not only is he going all that way, but when he feels that, he's got to change his running stride and point upward a little bit so he doesn't trip on his own feet. Just adds to what a brilliant catch that was.
0-2 to Damian Easley as he faces Brian Moeller. Moeller, a former starting pitcher who has pitched exclusively in relief for the Astros this year. Ahead on easily 0-2. And it's Blute behind short, but Loretta's right there. One away.
We're getting close to 1986 Game 6 territory here in innings played here.
Well, we missed the Billy Hatcher home run in the 14th. We also missed the Mets tying rally in the 9th. It's tied this game in the 7th tonight. Well, here's Reyes, who's 2 for 6, singled in the 8th and the 10th, and a chance to put the Mets in front of the 12th when he came up with first and third and 1 out, but he grounded out. Bowlers come in throwing strikes. Misses with that one as Reyes bluffed the bunt. 1-1.
Well, you can see Luke Scott's reaction there. He thought he had a game winner.
And why not? 99 times out of 100 he would have. 2-1 the count to Reyes, and he fouls it away. It's only the second time since this ballpark opened in 2000 that a game has gone this long into the 15th in the regular season. The Astros and Cubs played an 18-inning game last year. Of course, the Astros also played an 18-inning postseason game in this ballpark against the Braves. And Chris Burke won with a home run. Still 2-2 on Reyes. Billy Wagner's been up in the Mets bullpen about 7 times tonight, hoping for a save situation that has never presented itself. Where he's going to the All-Star game, so he may get no rest. Aaron Seeley up as well, so who comes in again will depend on whether the Mets can score here in the 15th. And Reyes slams one to right field, but in comes Palmeiro, and that's the second out. So 2 away. And it's left to Ruben Gotay.
Well, Ruben is 1 for 6 in tonight's game. He gets the bat from the left side again.
Struck out in a big spot as a right-hand batter in the 12th with second and third and 2 out. Facing the veteran Brian Moeller, and he takes at the knees. Moeller now 35 years old. Began with the Tigers, went to Cincinnati, Houston, then spent the last 2 years in Florida. So it's a second go-round with the Astros, signing a minor league contract. 1-1 to Gotay.
This is quite a ball game.
Moeller, the 7th Houston pitcher of the night. The starter Woody Williams went 7 2/3 and was upset at being taken out, if you'll recall, as Gotay rips a base hit into right center field. So a 2-out hit for Gotay, his second hit of the night.
Well, Ruben right here continues to do a good job. Pulls an outside corner fastball. And again, Carlos Beltran, after this catch, can really be the hero.
Well, Beltran getting booed more vociferously now than he was before after making that game-saving catch. He's 0 for 6 at the plate tonight. 2 for 15 in this series. Gotay at first and 2 out. And Beltran takes inside, ball 1.
Carlos with 2 strikeouts and 3 ground balls, all pulled, and a fly ball to right. He's been out in front from the left side of the plate.
And they are playing backed up to the warning track, playing no doubles. Fouls off the changeup, and it's 1-1.
Good pitch to hit, and he missed it. He was right on it. Just fouled it back.
Willie Randolph trying to figure out his alternatives. He love to get a run here and hand the ball to Wagner for the bottom of the 15th. If not, it looks like he's committed to bringing Aaron Sealy in and going as long as he has to with him. 1-1 to Beltran. And that's a strike at the knees. 1-2. Game better than 4 hours old. And a significant portion, I'd say the majority of the crowd of better than 41,000 has stayed around into the 15th inning.
And it's been a fast 15 innings too. Well, we played 14 full, but it's been a fast ball game. At the end of 9, it was a 2-hour and 20-minute game.
Beltran behind in the count, 1-2. Takes the fastball just inside.
Boy, his second time he didn't get the call there. I got to believe he's going to be going back out here. Just missed. See the movement, starts out inside and tries to sneak it back out. Oh boy, I tell you.
Might have called that pitch high too.
Yep.
Gotay not getting all that big a lead.
You know what I used to do right there when a pitcher used to throw over like that, Gary, the runner on first? I would not turn my head. I would look back to see where the catcher was set up, because the catcher's reaction is to look to first base and get a maybe.
Gotay runs, the pitch low, throw to second by Ausmus, goes into center field. Gotay didn't realize it, and now he can't go anywhere. Ball didn't go quite as far away as I originally thought, but Gotay had his back turned, and so he has to settle for stopping at second. His second stolen base of the season, and Ausmus has not thrown the ball well tonight.
No, he hasn't. And he is known for his arm. And this is another bad throw. Nice jump by Gotay. And Gotay right now again in the middle of things.
So now it's 3-2 to Beltran with the go-ahead run at second and 2 out. And we showed you the numbers before on Beltran with runners in scoring position and 2 out. It has just been a big-time struggle for him in these spots. He struck out in a situation in the 8th inning with 2 on and 2 out. Now 4 for 32 with runners in scoring position and 2 out.
And only for that reason I would go after him. David Wright has been a little bit of a bump, but he's got 3 hits tonight.
3-2 to Beltran with Gotay at second. And he walked him. And so Wright will come up with 2 men on. So Carlos is on for the first time tonight. Moeller retired the first 2, but a base hit by Gotay, a stolen base, and now a walk to Beltran has set the stage for Wright.
Well, this is the man you want up right here.
David is 3 for 5 tonight, including the game-tying home run in the 7th inning.
Well, let's see if he runs sinkers at him. They struck him out last time with Albers pitching on sinkers down and in.
Wright is 3 for 9 against Moeller in his career. And there's a strike with a sinker, 0-1. Mets have 13 hits in this game. They need 1 more right now to get a lead. Top of the 15th inning. And David takes low and in, 1-1. Tied again. It's 2-1.
It's interesting how pitchers pitch when they're in trouble. David right here with runners in scoring position, 2 out. Not the kind of year he'd like to be having.
It's really been a team-wide affair. Getting those big 2-out hits. 2-1 to Wright. And he lays off, and it's 3-1. A walk would load the bases and bring up Delgado.
And Phil Garner only has 1 pitcher left, and that's McLemore, the left-hander.
Delgado has 3 career home runs against Brian Moeller. Pitch to hit. 3-1 to Wright with the go-ahead run at second. Swung and missed at the fastball, and it's 3-2.
Same spot that Albers struck him out on. All those balls down and in, boring in on him. Good pitch.
So now the runners will be in motion. Gotay at second, Beltran at first with 3-2 and 2 down.
He's got to go right back in there with that same pitch.
And Wright hits it in the air to center field. Pence circling in. And that retires the side. So Moeller gets into and out of a big jam in the top of the 15th inning. Wright unable to get that run in. Still tied at 3.
The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Struck him out. Mets win it. The Mets have won it. They're in the World Series.
Well, we're not at the Astrodome. We're not in the postseason, and we're not quite yet in the 16th inning, but the Mets are in Houston and involved in another marathon with the Houston Astros, just as they were in Game 6 in '86. When Jesse Orosco struck out Kevin Bass to send the Mets to a National League championship, as Hunter Pence leads off the bottom of the 15th with a base hit on the first pitch he sees from Aaron Seeley. And so Pence, who had gone 0 for 6 to that point, is now aboard with the potential winning run. The 3rd time in the last 4 innings that the Astros have gotten the leadoff man on.
Well, he's a swinger. It's a hanging cutter. Up. Nice hitting right up the middle.
So Seeley, the 7th Met pitcher of the night, is greeted rudely by Hunter Pence, and now he's got to take on the heart of the batting order with the potential winning run on base. Seeley trying to bounce back from a couple of rough outings in Colorado after not pitching for 2 weeks before that. Mark Loretta 0 for 6 tonight, and he's bunting. Gets the bunt down very nicely, and Seeley's played at first. So another successful sacrifice. That's the 4th for the Astros in extra innings tonight. 1 by Lamb, 2 by Palmeiro, and now 1 by Loretta. And I'm sure the Mets will walk Carlos Lee.
Well, you know, you got your number 3 hitter up there hitting 320. Sure is safety first.
Well, especially with Ensberg struggling the way he has, you know the Mets can't possibly pitch to Lee in this spot, so that takes the bat out of your big guy's hands. And the Mets will indeed intentionally pass Lee, who the last 3 times up hit a screaming liner to third that was caught, hit a fly ball to the center field fence that was caught, and hit one deep in the gap in right center that Beltran ran down. So this is kind of a no-brainer. It'll be the 5th walk by Met pitching tonight. And Morgan Ensberg will get the opportunity with 2 men on. Ensberg is 2 for 6 tonight. He doubled in 2 runs back in the 4th, and then he singled in the 9th. So right here, Seeley hoping for a double play ball from Ensberg. Chris Burke, the on-deck batter. 1st and 2nd and 1 out, 3-3 in the bottom of the 15th. And Ensberg takes inside from Seeley, 1-0. On the outside corner, a strike, 1-1. Pence, the runner at second. The potential winning run has a lot of speed. Be tough to get him on any base hit to the outfield. Ensberg hits a broken back grounder. Wright takes it to the bag, throws to first, double play, side retired. Aaron Seeley gets the ground ball he wanted. Ensberg broke his bat, and Wright starts the 5-5-3 double play, and we go to the 16th inning in Houston. Delgado, LaDuca, and Green coming up. The Mets get out of another jam in extra innings. The double play grounder sends it on to the 16th. The Mets and Astros moving deep into the night, tied at 3. Brian Moeller starts his second inning of relief as we go to the 16th inning in Houston. And no, it's not an October day in 1986. It is merely a July night in 2007. In fact, it's supposed to be a lucky night. You know, it's 7-7-07.
Yes.
And we've been lucky enough to see 15 innings of scintillating baseball.
Yes.
And now we'll get to see a 16th.
You could certainly say it's been a well-pitched ball game.
Moeller will take on Carlos Delgado leading off in the top of the 16th. Delgado has gone 2 for 5 and a walk. His 2-run homer back in the 5th got the Mets' first runs of this game. 1-0 to Delgado. Mets then tied the game with a home run by David Wright in the 7th. And we've played 8 scoreless innings since then. Both teams have had outstanding chances. Delgado bounces it foul. Probably the best chance came for the Astros in the bottom of the 14th when, with 1st and 3rd and 2 out, Luke Scott hit one 425 feet up the hill in center field that Beltran made an incredible catch on. That kept the game tied, and we have played on. Taken for a strike.
No, Delgado didn't like that call, and that's instead of 2-1, it's 1-2. He's moaning, and I don't blame him. I thought it was a little outside.
Behind Delgado, you've got LaDuca and Green here in the 16th. Both teams have players left on their bench. They're all catchers. Bounced into the shift. Easy play for Burke. One away. Well, if you weren't with us in the 14th inning, you're going to see this play for years.
Luke Scott right here with 2 outs. He didn't think he got it. He crushed this ball. Look at that.
I mean, it's hard enough to make a play like that far from home plate, but to go up that ridiculous hill and make that play, just brilliant. Like he was fetching a pail of water.
Jack or Jill?
To the shortstop. Loretta gobbles it up, and LaDuca retired, and Paul is now 0 for 7. So 2 up and 2 quickly set aside by Moeller. And you got to feel for a catcher. I know LaDuca's had a couple of days off, but you catch 15 innings. How do you hit?
Well, you remember that July 4th game in Atlanta, of course. Gary Carter caught that whole game.
Unbelievable.
Of course, the next day, of course, he didn't play.
I don't blame him. Here's Sean Green, and he takes a strike. Sean is 2 for 6 tonight. Well, how about this? You know, the longest game ever played in Major League history was 26 innings by the Boston Braves and the Brooklyn Dodgers in 1919. It was played to a 1-1 tie, and both pitchers, Joe Eschker and Leon Cador, both pitched all 26 innings. Can you imagine?
No,
Can you imagine?
Wow. Rubber arms. How long was that Met game, Met Cardinal game? In 74.
25. And Green shoots one toward the middle. That's a base hit. So Sean Green has his 3rd hit of the night, takes a wide turn, and holds on with a 2-out single. Well, Moeller gave up a 2-out hit to Gotay in the 15th. Now he's given up a 2-out hit to Green in the 16th. As you look at all the zeros accumulating on the scoreboard, we've been here long enough that the runs have disappeared.
At least the first 7 innings.
Well, all the runs that were scored, there are no runs there. It's all zeros. Doesn't exactly tell the story, does it?
No.
I'm going to write a letter. Got to do something about that. Here's Ricky Leday, 1 for 5 and a sacrifice, and he takes inside from Moeller.
Well, the Mets have had their opportunities from the 8th inning on. They have left 9 men on base.
Pointedly, Aaron Seeley has not come out on deck. And I think that Willie probably does not want to bat for Seeley. He's sending Sandy Alomar Jr. now into the on-deck circle, but the only pitcher left in the bullpen is Wagner. So if the Mets don't take a lead and you bring Wagner in, he can only go an inning or two. You would have to throw a starting pitcher in there after that.
Yes.
If indeed they bat for Seeley. So it would be interesting to see what happens, whether Alomar would actually come up, because Wagner's not even warming up. So I have a feeling that Alomar is only there as a decoy and that Seeley will bat if Leday gets on.
El Duque, rubber-armed El Duque.
Popped up foul and out of play.
But if that were the case, he'd run a starter down into the bullpen.
Well, I'm saying he's going to let Seeley bat because Wagner's not. Nobody's warming up, so there's no way in the world you're going to bat for Seeley. Even though Wagner's already warmed up 7 times tonight, right now is just sitting and watching. Now, if the Mets get a lead, that's a whole different story. Leday looking for a pitch he can drive. Pulls it down to first, knocked down by Lamb, and he makes the play to end the inning. Well, Leday hit another one hard. Second straight at bat that he's hit a ball on the nose. But the Mets don't get a run, and we go to the bottom of the 16th. We go to the bottom of the 16th inning. Mets and Astros still tied 3-3. Teams split the first 2 games of this series. They got another one tomorrow afternoon, the final game before the All-Star break. And I have to say, I'm very impressed with the crowd here. Better than 41,000 paid tonight, and more than half of them, I'd say, are still here. Chris Burke drives the first pitch down the left field line, but foul. Well, Burke, who hit that home run in the 18th inning against the Braves to win a playoff game, made a bid there against Aaron Seeley.
Well, he's 3 for 5 tonight, an RBI triple.
Hit by a pitch his last time up, and he swings and misses the fastball, and it's 0-2. Well, the Mets have not gone beyond 16 innings since 1993. They played a 16-inning game last year, and we're in the 16th inning tonight. 1-2 to Burke, with Palmeiro and Ausmus to follow. Seeley throws the curveball wide, and it's 2-2. Mets have used 7 pitchers tonight. Glavin started, going for win number 298. Went 7 to a no decision. Curveball struck him out. Aaron Seeley fans Chris Burke 1 away.
Well, the old Yellowhammer, he backed it up back to back. This one he threw one for a ball. He went for the strike here and got him fishing. Completely full.
Met pitchers have struck out 6 tonight. Astro pitchers have struck out 15. Here's Palmeiro, who's sacrificed twice since coming on, and he pulls one foul. Delgado with another nice pickup. Remember, Delgado back in the 2nd inning made a terrific play to start a double play against Chris Burke, and he's had a very good defensive trip. Made a wonderful play last night as another one's hit down to Delgado, and he handles this one himself for the 2nd out. Last night he made that leaping grab against Mark Loretta after Mike Pelfrey had given up 3 straight extra base hits. So Seeley quickly has retired the first 2 in the bottom of the 16th, and here's Brad Ausmus, who's 0 for 5 and a walk. You getting hungry?
No, I'm okay. I'm going to starve myself tonight. I've already made that decision 2 innings ago.
So you're saying 16-inning games are good for the waistline?
I'm just going to go home, read myself to sleep, and have a nice big breakfast in the morning.
What if this game lasts till breakfast?
It won't.
Okay. I'll take you at your word. 0-1 to Ausmus, and the curveball drops in for a strike. Boy, Aaron Seeley, when he's at his best, he's got that great hook. It's always been his stock in trade. Rockies now lead the Phillies 6-3. They're in the bottom of the 7th in Colorado. The Braves lost much earlier today. 0-2 to Ausmus, up and away. So the Mets have a chance to gain ground on both of their closest pursuers if they can find a way to win this game. They'll have to do it in at least 17. 1-2 to Ausmus. On the outside corner, strike 3 call. Seeley with his second strikeout, and for the first time since 1993, a Mets game is going to the 17th inning. The last time the Mets played a 17-inning game, it was September 29th of 1993. They went 17 innings against the Cardinals at Shea. A guy named Kenny Greer got the win in relief in a 1-0 game. It's a long time ago.
Well, home plate umpire Tony Randazzo. He doesn't have to work out tomorrow.
All he has to do is umpire third base tomorrow. Aaron Seeley will lead off for the Mets in the top of the 17th. So Seeley's going to go as long as he possibly can with only Billy Wagner left in the bullpen. And he takes a strike from Brian Moeller, who starts his third inning of relief. And Seeley takes a strike. Seeley's had one at bat this year. 0 for 1. He's also had a sacrifice. And he reaches for it and fouls it off. Well, the Mets are not even close to their longest game ever. The Mets have played a 25-inning game.
I played that game.
A 24-inning game and a 23-inning game. Yes, you did. You didn't play much of it, though. Seeley hits one to second base. And Burks got it. Throws out Seeley one away.
No, I pinched hit in the 9th off Harry Parker. You all right, Gary? You holding up all right?
I love extra inning games. I have always been a big fan of extra inning games. You know, the 25-inning game that you played in against the Mets in '74, I was sitting home, watched the whole game on TV, and scored it. I've got that scorecard in a loose leaf folder at home.
Was there a rain delay in that game, or was it just strictly 24 innings? It was 24 without rain.
25 innings.
25.
Yeah. Went till about 2:30 in the morning. There's Jose Reyes, who takes ball 1. And, you know, one of my memories watching that game on television is that, you know, Ralph used to go down into the studio to do Kiner's Corner in the 8th inning. And he sat there for 17 innings waiting for the game to be over. And then Bake McBride, who scored the winning run in that game on a Hank Webb throwing error, came on Kiner's Corner at 3 o'clock in the morning.
And I remember Dave Kingman was it Dave Kingman in right field or at first base? I forget.
I remember Jerry Cram pitched about 8 innings in relief for the Mets in that game.
Claude Osteen with 9 innings. He relieved early in the game. Claude Osteen for Cardinals won 9 innings of 3-hit shutout ball. I pinched hit in the 9th off Harry Parker and hit a line drive into the bullpen, and Dave Schneck, I think, robbed me. I think it was Dave Schneck. Did I pronounce his name?
Yeah.
He robbed me of a home run.
3-0 to Reyes. See if he takes one here from Moeller, and he does. It's 3-1. Reyes tonight 2 for 7.
Well, he can't walk him here. 3-1. He's got to come after him.
And Reyes takes a strike at the knees. That pitch might have been low, and now it's 3-2.
Well, it's been a strike all night. So you can't moan and groan there.
Fouls it away, and it's still 3-2. One out in the 17th. 3-2 to Reyes. And he fouls it away. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but you know that the last time the Mets went as far as 18 innings, the July 4th game in Atlanta in '85.
Was it, how far did that game go?
19.
That went 19. I forgot.
That's the last time anything's gone beyond 17 for the Mets.
You want a Frito?
No, thank you. Inside, ball 4, and Reyes is on. So Reyes works out the 1-out walk. And the Mets have a base runner here in the 17th, and Reyes will look for an opportunity to swipe one.
Well, that's the one guy you didn't want to walk.
Reyes already has a stolen base tonight, his 44th of the year. And now Gotay, who's 2 for 7. So Lamb will hold Reyes on. That opens up the hole on the right side for Gotay. Not going, and Gotay fouls the first pitch back. So he wasn't waiting around to try and allow Reyes to run. You're eating the Fritos. We have a friend now in the booth. Who's your friend?
It's not my friend, but here, have some. I know you're hungry too.
Don't feed the animals. Try not to crunch into the microphone, okay?
I got my cough button on.
Good job.
For you. Oh.
Speaking of not feeding the animals.
Well, this game is almost 5 hours old. And for, what are we in, the 17th?
Yeah, it's pretty fast.
Sure. It's doggone fast.
Absolutely. When the Mets and Giants played that 23-inning game back in '64, that was like 7.5 hours. On the outside corner to Gotay. It's 0-2. Well, now you're just getting ridiculous.
Well, I didn't do this.
Somebody dressed you?
Yes. Stage manager. Come on out here. Say hello to folks in New York.
Trying to keep the Frito grease off you?
Come on, Ann. Get in here. There you go.
That's Ann Megan, our stage manager. She's also a sports talk show host in her spare time.
Anna Megan.
Maybe she'll take calls after the game. Reyes is not trying to run. It's 0-2 to Gotay. Now he's going. Slapped on the ground toward the vacated hole. Base hit. Reyes will go to third. Perfectly executed. And the Mets have runners at the corners with 1 out. They set the shortstop Loretta to cover, worked Gotay outside, and he slapped the outside pitch right through the vacated hole.
Well, it's not a hit and run on an 0-2 count, but just perfect. Out of the strike zone. And you see it vacated the hole, and the Mets are in business.
So now the Mets just need a fly ball.
So Jose Reyes does find himself in the middle of things right here.
Well, it doesn't take a very deep fly ball to get Reyes home. With Beltran up, they're not going to take the chance of playing the infield at double play depth. They'll bring him in. Top of the 17th inning, and Beltran, who's had a rough night at the plate but made a game-saving play in the field, now has a chance to give the Mets the lead. He's 0 for 6 and a walk. Moeller walked him in the 15th. And Beltran lines one down the right field line, foul. Got ahead of that one, and it's 0-1.
I think he broke his bat there. He's going to get a new one. Fastball in. And it's been a tough night for Carlos, but boy, he made a game-saving catch back on the 14th. This game would have been over around a half hour ago.
(0-1) to Beltran with the infield in. Reyes at third, Gotay at first. And Beltran lines one into right field, a base hit, and the Mets take the lead. Reyes scores, Gotay to third. It's an RBI single for Carlos Beltran. His first hit of the night, and the Mets take the lead in the top of the 17th inning. It's 4-3 New York. Beltran saved the game with his glove. Now he gives the Mets the lead with his bat.
Trying to go in with a fastball again. It's in. He just turned on it, and that's a rocket into right field. And Gotay goes to third easily. So the Mets are still in business to add on.
That'll get Billy Wagner up in the bullpen, but the Mets would be well advised to try and tack on here. First and third, still only one out. The infield remains in for Wright, and David takes a strike.
Well, Ruben does not hesitate. He has excellent wheels. First and third here, and boy, he's had another nice game tonight.
The Mets' 16th hit of the night finally gives them the lead, and Wright grounds one through the hole into left field, a base hit. Gotay in to score, Beltran to second. It's an RBI single for David Wright, and the Mets get an insurance run here in the 17th. It's 5-3 New York. David Wright with his 4th hit and his 2nd RBI of the night.
Well, here it is. They're going to come inside. They've gotten him out in there before, but this one's up. That's the difference, not down. Nice hitting by Dave.
Infield back. That might be a double play ball. Infield in. It's a base hit. And so the Mets with 2 home here in the 17th, and Phil Garner's out to make a change. He's going to bring in a left-hander here. That's Mark McLemore, who will come on to face Carlos Delgado. The Mets now with 17 hits. They've taken a 5-3 lead in the 17th inning. McLemore comes on. They'll make a double switch. 5-3 New York. Well, the Mets playing their longest game in 14 years, and they've scored twice here in the 17th. That's a happy but tired bunch of Mets. Mets were down 3-0 in this game, tied it in the 7th, and now 10 innings later, they've gotten themselves a lead. Yeah, praise the heavens indeed.
There's some quick showers tonight.
Mark McLemore comes on to pitch as Carlos Delgado steps in with still only 1 out and 2 on.
Well, you can see those numbers just recently been up 5 2/3 and 5 appearances, 11 hits. Ouch.
Delgado tonight 2 for 6. He had a 2-run homer back in the 5th inning. And McLemore throws the first one low. (1-0) to Delgado. And it's ball 2. Beltran and Wright the base runners. Phil Garner double switched McLemore into the game. He brought Eric Munson in to play first base and moved Mike Lamb to right field. There's a strike, 2-1. So the pitcher will go in the number 1 hole. There's Munson. Munson will go in the number 1 hole where the pitcher had been. So he'll bat second when the Astros come to bat in the bottom of the 17th. Lamb moves out to right, so the pitcher goes in the 7th spot. The runners go, and Delgado cranks one deep to right, but foul. So Beltran and Wright were on their way, with McLemore paying them little attention, but Delgado pulled it foul.
Well, he should, because there's only 1 out here. That'll get his attention.
So will he try to stay aggressive here in the 17th, already with a 2-run lead? And Delgado goes down swinging at the fastball. So McLemore comes in, strikes out Delgado, and that's the 2nd out. That is 16 strikeouts for Astros pitching in this game. So here's Loduca, who's 0 for 7 and has not had a ball out of the infield tonight. Well, Billy Wagner may finally get a chance in this game. He's been up and down and up and down and up and down and finally up as LaDuca fouls it back. And you really have to ask the question, up and down as many times as Billy has been tonight, what impact is that going to have on him when he finally gets in the game?
I think he's got a rubber arm. I think he'll be fine. What he only needs around 4 or 5 pitches to get loose.
Well,
we'll see.
We'll see indeed. I mean, you'd love to, if you're the Mets, score 3 or 4 more runs and let Seeley pitch the bottom of the inning. To LaDuca.
Boy, it's been a tough night for Paul. 0 for 7. Ouch. Said that a few times tonight. I'll quit it. 2 strikeouts with that.
You said ouch a lot?
Well, it's a long game.
How are your Fritos?
They're very good. They're salty.
Bet. Not polite to smack your lips.
Our producer does it all the time.
Foul back. Yeah, but your producer's not on the air. People can't hear your producer.
I hate it when our producer does that too, when he smacks on the microphone in our ear.
Two on and 2 out. 0-2 to LaDuca with 2 runs in. And he struck him out to end the inning. So McLemore comes on, strikes out Delgado and LaDuca back to back, but the damage done. The Mets get 2 runs in the top of the 17th, and Billy Wagner will finally get his save opportunity as the Astros come to bat in the bottom of the inning, 5-3 New York. New battery for the Mets as we go to the bottom of the 17th. Ramon Castro will come on and catch. He'll bat 9th, and Billy Wagner will try for the save. Billy handed a 2-run lead. He got up for the first time in this game in the 9th, and he was up at least 6 or 7 different times, and now finally in the game to face Mike Lamb leading off the bottom of the 17th. And Lamb check swings 1 foul, 0-1. Well, Lamb came in this game in the 8th, and this is his 5th plate appearance. Ground out, sacrifice, 2 walks. Well, Billy has been spectacular this year, and he's going to the All-Star game.
As he should.
16 saves and 17 tries, and he gets the slider over 0-2.
He has been so solid this year.
Pitched the final inning on Thursday night in a non-save situation. Smacked foul by Lamb on a protective swing. You got another left-hand hitter in Eric Munson on deck, who came in the double switch in the top of the inning. And then the right-hand batting Hunter Pence. Day game tomorrow starting at 2 o'clock New York time. Dave Williams against Roy Oswalt. Final game before the break. Just in tight, 1-2 to Lamb.
Good 0-2 pitch right there. I'd like to see Billy do that more. Off the plate, pitch to waste.
Fastball high, 98 miles an hour. I guess all those times up and down in the bullpen didn't bother him.
I wasn't worried.
I know that. You rarely get one.
Right.
2-2 to Lamb. Slider fouled off. So Lamb hanging tough against the lefty. Slider hit to left. Leday over. 1 out. Lamb trying to serve one into left field, and Leday grabs it 1 away. Well, the Mets are only in the lead in this game because of Carlos Beltran. Not only did he drive in the go-ahead run, but in the 12th, with 1st and 3rd and 2 out, he made the catch of the year to retire Luke Scott and keep the Mets even. Now Now Eric Munson up for the first time, and he takes ball one.
What you didn't see in that catch, for you folks that missed it on that replay, was how far he had to run for that ball.
Strike to Munson, 1-1, and then change strides going up the hill, fall over sideways. Just a spectacular play by Beltran with the game on the line. And it paid off 5 innings later when he got the go-ahead hit. Slider taken low, 2-1. Munson caught the opening game of this series and went 0 for 2. Called up on the 1st of June. Hit the other way, and Leday coming in. He'll have to play this one on a hop. And so the Astros will get the tying run to the plate here in the bottom of the 17th. Munson with a 1-out hit.
It's never over till it's over, as Yogi said.
And now Hunter Pence will come to the plate. Pence is 1 for 7 tonight. He led off the 15th inning with a base hit off Aaron Seeley. Seeley stands to win this game if Wagner can get the save. It would be Aaron's second win of the year. He pitched 2 scoreless innings. Pence the tying run at the plate.
Slider first pitch. Oh, fastball.
And Pence jumps back 1-0. Coming up on Sports Night at 1 a.m. We'll go in the Mets clubhouse for reaction. The Yankees also played extra innings. They lost. And Venus Williams, a winner, the 23rd seed at Wimbledon. 2-0 to Pence.
That is her 5th Wimbledon, isn't it? Fifth Wimbledon title, or is it 5th Grand Slam? I mean, not Grand Slam. It was the 4th Wimby?
She won 2 years ago. And it's her 4th overall. Our tennis expert Greg Picker, our producer, tells us. 2-0 to Pence. Popped it up. Playable for Delgado. 2 out. So the Astros are down to their final out. As Wagner threw the 2-0 fastball and got Pence to pop it up.
Pence had a pretty good cut at this ball.
And now Mark Loretta, the final hope for the Astros. Game better than 5 hours old. Mets have been around for a long time tonight to try and get a much needed win. And now Wagner's 1 out away. Loretta is 0 for 6 in a sacrifice. Wagner bidding for his 17th save of the year. And Loretta swings and fouls it off. Loretta 3 for 13 in his career against Wagner. 2 o'clock tomorrow on the CW11. Dave Williams against Roy Oswalt. One and one now to Loretta. And this is the guy you got to get. You don't want to face Carlos Lee, who's looming on deck.
And everybody is pretty much aware of it. Billy, of course. Ramon Castro.
1-1. Loretta lines one to left. Leday moving back. He makes the catch, and the ball game is over. The Mets, in their longest game in 14 years, come from 3 runs down and win in the 17th inning. Billy Wagner saves it for Aaron Seeley. Carlos Beltran, the defensive hero, with his catch in the 12th, gets the game-winning hit in the 17th, and the Mets win a marathon tonight in Houston.
Well, what a ball game. What a well-pitched ball game all the way around. Well, good defense. Oswalt tomorrow, a game the Mets had to have, Gare. And they'll have an early morning tomorrow, early rise, and go get them.
One last scary moment as Ricky Leday runs down that line drive off the bat of Mark Loretta, and it's time for the Mets to celebrate. The Braves lost. The Mets extend their lead back to 3 games in the National League East. A hard-fought, tiring game. Well played from start to finish. The Mets rallied, and then won it in the 17th. So plenty of tired smiles as the Mets troop off toward the clubhouse. 5 hours and 9 minutes worth of baseball. And the Mets win it in the 17th on Beltran's go-ahead hit. Delgado and Wright with the home runs that got the game tied. A no decision for Tom Glavin. 7 innings. He stays at 297 wins as Wagner saves it in the 17th, his 17th. Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Nissan and the next generation Nissan Altima. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by IO Digital Cable, the leaders in HD and presenting sponsor of the Mets in high definition. Do you see in HD? Longest game for the Mets since 1993. And they've won 2 out of 3 now in this series from the Astros to go back to 10 games over 500 at 48 and 38. And now with a 3-game lead over Atlanta in the National League East. The Phillies have lost tonight 6-3 in Colorado, so they're now 5.5 games back. And tomorrow the Mets will play their final game before the All-Star break as Dave Williams makes his season debut coming back from neck surgery. And he'll be opposed by the Astros All-Star right-hander Roy Oswalt, 2 o'clock tomorrow on the CW11. Coming up, it's Nissan post-game live with Chris Cotter and Lee Mazzilli. Well, the Mets were on the ropes in the 12th when Carlos Beltran went up the hill and made the catch to bail out Joe Smith. Then he got the game-winning hit in the 17th to bring home Reyes, and the Mets win it 5-3 in 17 innings. For Keith Hernandez and Kevin Burkhardt, I'm Gary Cohen saying good night from Houston.